So we'll go ahead and get started with just some introductions and give you a sense of sort of what to expect for today before we get started with our first panel. So I'd like to just start by saying good morning. My name is Alana Ojibwe. I'm the Assistant Director for the Center for Justice Reform at the Vermont Law and Graduate School, and want to introduce my incredible team of co-planners who helped organize this event. I don't know if we want to be able to spotlight, or just give a wave. Delcy Winders is an associate professor of law at Vermont Law and Graduate School and the director of the Animal Law and Policy Institute. Laura Ireland, if you want to give a wave, is the program coordinator at Vermont Law and Graduate School for the Animal Law and Policy Institute. Matthew Liebman is the chair of Justice for Animals program and associate professor of law at the University of San Francisco School of Law. And Kenji Quijano is the director of co-curricular programs and academic events. He's been instrumental with helping get the Zoom aspects and promotion for the event. Thank you, Kenji. All right, so thank you all for joining for today. This event is really a collaborative event between Vermont Law and Graduate School, our Center for Justice Reform, and the Animal Law and Policy Institute, and University of San Francisco School of Law Justice for Animals program. So thank you all for joining. Yes, and thank you so much, Parker Thurston, as well, from the Vermont Law and Graduate School, helping with sort of our tech support for this and live streaming for those who are tuning in. So the goal of this event is really to bring together practitioners, students, academics, service providers, researchers, and others who are interested in considering this relationship between animals and restorative justice. So to get a sense of sort of who else is in this group, we had one more question for the chat, and that's just if you could share sort of your role in that context. Are you a student, a service provider, an academic, a researcher, practitioner? Just curious to get a sense of who is here. And for those who wear several hats, feel free to include them all. This is great. Beautiful. Thank you all. So I just wanted to give a little bit of an overview of what to expect for the day and a couple brief kind of housekeeping notes related to that, and then I'll pass it over to get started with our first panel. So we'll be hopefully had the chance to see the schedule, but we'll have 3 different panels for today, each with a different sort of area of focus and different panelists speaking about their work and their expertise related to that panel. So the 3 panels, the first one will be Theoretical Foundations of Restorative Justice for Animals. The second panel will be about case studies in restorative justice for animals. And the third will be Implementing Restorative Justice for Animals. So we thank you all so much for those who have joined us panelists today. We're really excited to hear from all of you. And just so that you all know who are attending, in between each of those panels, we'll be having a 15-minute break. So you'll have some time to stretch, get some food, go to the bathroom, all that good stuff, take care of yourself. And we just ask, it would be helpful if possible, rather than leaving the meeting and re-entering, if you could just during those breaks keep your camera and microphones off, but stay on the meeting itself if possible. If you have any questions, we'll continue to monitor the chat, or feel free to send a direct message to any of us. I will volunteer myself, Delcy, Matthew, Laura. Please feel free to pass those along or just add them in the chat. And we will be having, at the end of the day, we'll have time for breakout sessions for you all to sort of process some of the things that came out of these different panels and really hear from one another about your own work and thoughts on this sort of intersection between animals and restorative justice. So we hope that you're able to stay for that for that session at the end. And then we will wrap up. So I think that's all for sort of housekeeping and overview. So I will pass it over to Delcy to introduce the first panel.
So much, Solana. Hello, everybody. Welcome. I am so excited about today, and I'm so excited that so many of you are here. So I'm going to moderate our first panel, and the topic of that panel is theoretical foundation of restorative justice for animals. So the goal with this panel is to really lay some groundwork to inform our discussion for the rest of the day, and hopefully discussions that will carry forward, because we really do hope that this is just an initial event. There's much more work to be done, and we're hoping to build bridges today. So this first panel is going to talk about a lot of things. There's a lot packed into it. So problems with the existing criminal justice system, reasons for adopting alternative approaches to carceral animal law, the theoretical underpinnings of restorative and transformative justice, and the promises and challenges of applying these frameworks to cases that involve animals. That's a lot. We're really just going to be able to skim the surface, but I think a lot of this is going to carry throughout the day. We're going to have 3 panelists, and each will speak for about 15 or 20 minutes, and then we'll open it up for discussion. So if you have questions for the panelists, you can put them in the chat as we go. I will moderate that, or you can put them at the end of the presentations as you wish. If you are watching this on the live stream, you will see there's a link to YouTube, and if you go to the YouTube link, you can put questions in the chat there. You can't watch it on the live stream page itself, but you can, so you can't put questions in, but you can on the page. So I will try to keep an eye on both places and field questions. So I'm particularly excited about this panel, not only because of the topic, but because these are some of the brightest young attorneys out there. They are already thought leaders in this space, even though they are all quite recently out of law school. We were overwhelmed with the number of proposals we received, which was an amazing thing, but also made for some hard decisions. And these folks were selected because they've been thinking sort of holistically about transformative justice and animals and how we might reform things. So I'll introduce all of the panelists now, and then I will hand it off to the first presenter. So we're first going to hear from Brittany Hill, who is a prison abolitionist and a staff attorney with the Criminal Justice Reform Clinic at Lewis and Clark Law School in Portland, Oregon, with the amazing Aliza Kaplan. Brittany focuses on reducing barriers for justice-involved folks through sentence and conviction reconsideration and clemency. She authored the sort of first leading article, really the only one out there so far, on the emergent use of restorative justice in animal law, restoring justice for animal victims. And we will post a link to that article in the chat. After Brittany, we'll hear from Michael Swistera, who is a very recent graduate from the George Washington University Law School. Michael just finished the bar exam this week, congratulations, and decided that he wants to celebrate finishing the bar by talking to you all about restorative and transformative justice, and I'm really grateful for that. Throughout law school, Michael served as president of his school's Student Animal Legal Defense Fund chapter, student coordinator for the Animal Welfare Project. He was an Emerging Scholars Fellow at the Brooks Institute for Animal Rights Law and Policy. And his work focuses on the intersection of animal rights with other social justice issues. And he recently published not one, but two pieces on this intersection, one in Law Review and one in University Race and Social Justice Law Review. Michael served as a consultant for the DC Reform Commission. He's worked on issues of transportation racism, environmental justice, prosecutorial screening models. He's also an active member of the American Bar Association's Animal Law Committees, the incoming newsletter chair for the International Animal Law Committee of the American Bar Association, and he's going to be starting a litigation fellowship soon with the Animal Legal Defense Fund. And then last, but certainly not least, we'll hear from Jeffrey Stein, who is currently a legal fellow in Earth Justice's Sustainable Food and Farming Program, where his advocacy focuses on climate, environmental, and public health harms of industrial animal agriculture. Starting this fall, Jeffrey is going to start a job as litigation counsel at the PETA Foundation, my former home for many years. And he'll work on a nationwide docket of animal rights and animal protection cases. Jeff also served as a law clerk for both a federal district court and federal appeals judge. And while clerking for the Fourth Circuit, while clerking for District of Massachusetts Judge Sorkin, he participated in efforts to integrate restorative justice theory and practice into federal criminal proceedings. He graduated in 2019 from Columbia Law School, was editor of the Columbia Law Review, and a bunch of other accolades. So I'm really grateful to have these three incredible emerging thinkers in this space with us today. And with that, I will hand it off to Brittany.
Thank you so much, Delcy. I am going to share my screen. Hopefully, it's always I think everyone can see it, hopefully.
Great.
Thank you much. So as Delcy said, well, first, thank you for having all of us and putting this on, truly everyone. It's just a real treat to be here, and it's just so neat that this is actually happening. It's incredibly meaningful and I think very powerful. So I have about 20 minutes, so that is not a lot of time to sort of dig into these topics. So I'm going to go quickly, but we should have some time to chat about some more substance if needed. So I'm going to talk about how restorative justice can help us redefine animal cruelty responses. Just did that work? Perfect. So Delcy did a great job of sort of giving a scope. So this is just a real introduction to restorative justice. I also just want to flag that I am not a restorative justice practitioner or facilitator. I'm just an attorney. But as Delcy said, I wrote an article about restorative justice. I've done a lot of research, and I really believe in it. Roadmap, we're just going to touch on a lot of different things. I just want to center our conversation about the current criminal legal system, US criminal legal system, current responses of animal cruelty cases, and then we'll sort of get into restorative justice, introducing that and talking about some of the critiques and what it might look like. And we'll close out with sort of why restorative justice is important, particularly to animal cruelty cases. So the current US criminal legal system, this could be an entire day of just talking about where we currently are. And I think we all know that the current system is deeply, deeply flawed. I want to give us some stats just because I think it's helpful and useful, and to me they're always staggering. These are some statistics from the Sentencing Project from 2019. We as a nation, the US incarcerates more people than any other country in the world. In 2019, there were about 2 million people behind bars. That includes jails, that includes state prisons, that includes federal prisons, but 2 million people caged in the US. It's quite a lot. How did we get here, right? In the 1980s, we started sending more people to prisons and jails. We had the war on drugs. We started finding more ways to incarcerate people for longer periods of time. We also saw harsher sentencing laws. In particular, we saw mandatory minimums come out in the 80s and the 90s. And what I mean by that is many states, including my state of Oregon, we have mandatory minimums in criminal law. What that means is that these are longer, harsher sentences, day-for-day sentences that people must serve with very little, with no good time added. So it's a way to keep people in prisons for much longer. So we got here because sort of, we found ways to cage more people for longer periods of time. So it's no surprise, it really shouldn't be any surprise that mass incarceration is the epidemic that it is today. Mass incarceration does not touch all communities equally. Black men are 6 times as likely to be incarcerated as their white counterparts. In a lifetime of Black man, 1 in 3 Black men are expected to be incarcerated. That's always staggering to me. We often don't talk about the collateral consequences of incarceration or having a criminal record. This is the work that I do currently. I work with folks who are facing hardships and barriers because they're incarcerated, because they have been incarcerated, because they have records. And it's not something to be taken lightly to introduce somebody to the criminal legal system. There are impacts spanning generations, housing, employment, stigma, self-worth. People can't volunteer at their kids' schools, right? These are real consequences of having a record. So it's just something I think that's really important to help us center this conversation. There is some focus on back-end criminal defense work, sort of the work that I do, but there's not a whole lot of work on sort of preventing people from entering the system. And that's sort of what we're here to talk about today. How do we prevent people from even being introduced to the system to avoid a lot of this, right? And in particularly end mass incarceration. I want to center our conversation also about the current responses in animal cruelty cases. These are 3 headlines, not from that long ago, 2019, 2021, and 2020, about cases where somebody did not receive incarceration time. It was viewed as a slap on the wrist. So that is sort of the prevailing rhetoric in the movement right now, is incarceration is deemed as a success. I want to note that, very few people are actually being incarcerated for animal cruelty crimes. That might be the reality, but right, what this rhetoric holds is that a success in an animal cruelty case means incarceration. And those two, there's tension there. And I think whatever the reality is, this rhetoric is incredibly problematic, because in this rhetoric, we're upholding the carceral state. We are saying in any animal cruelty case, the only thing that matters is incarceration. It's problematic to me. And again, like the way that we view a success, right? Not what sort of treatment or programming did the person get. It matters sort of whether or not they got incarceration. I also want to note that sort of the vocabulary of the movement also upholds a very sort of carceral rhetoric and sort of otherizing people. People who harm animals are called animal abusers. And that is disheartening for so many reasons, but also, right, it upholds this really sort of carceral rhetoric of you are the worst thing that you've done. And currently in animal cruelty cases, right, there are very few interventions being used. Typically, folks are prosecuted, they go through the criminal legal system, and sort of whatever that outcome is, typically it's probation, sometimes it's incarceration. But right, we're not seeing a whole lot of diversion from that system, or preventing people from getting into that system. And so that's why we're here talking about restorative justice. So restorative justice is ideally what it's meant for is to prevent people from introducing them to the criminal legal system. Restorative justice is very squishy, and sometimes people don't like it. I happen to like that it's squishy. Basically, it's adaptable, and that's what I really love about restorative justice, is these contexts where we don't think it'll work, it really has the potential to work, right? Because we can adapt it. The definitions will vary, especially on the context. If it's used in a school, it'll be different than sort of how it's used to divert somebody from the criminal legal system. It also could be used later in the criminal legal system, and that'll differ on how it's used as well. So that can also be tougher for folks to sort of wrap their heads around. I think it's important to note that some of the vocabulary around restorative justice I find problematic. Pardon me. We use these labels, particularly the label of offender. Again, this is reducing somebody to their worst act. The language is very reductive, and I don't particularly care for it, because we are so much more than our actions. And so although that language is used, I just want to highlight that I do think the language is problematic. I like to say the one who has caused harm and the one who has been harmed for a victim, just because I think think it's more encompassing of what actually is going on. And again, restorative justice is really about centering harm. It talks about who has caused harm, who has been harmed, why the harm occurred, and it really aims to prevent this harm, to sort of restore folks as much as possible. And that is one of sort of the critiques of restorative justice as well, is restoration sometimes is not fully possible, or maybe we don't want full restoration. Sorry, I lost my train of thought for a minute. We focus on sort of restoring folks as much as we can. And it can look a couple different ways. I have a restorative justice sort of continuum here on the side, and it can be really informal or it can be formal. It can look like sort of dialogues between the one who has caused harm and the one who has been harmed. Typically, there's a restorative justice practitioner or facilitator there, making sure that sort of, it's a safe space for everybody involved. It can also look like talking circles where sort of we bring more community members in, family members. Those conversations can be farther reaching, right? Sort of, but still the conversations center on who has caused the harm, why they caused the harm, who has been harmed, and how can we prevent this future harm from happening again? This is a definition that I typically use for restorative justice on the slide, the third bullet point. I sort of have adapted that from Howard Zier. He's a restorative justice pioneer. Many of you probably know him, but sort of this is the definition that I like to use because it is sort of all encompassing of these big things that restorative justice aims to promote. Restorative justice critiques. A lot of folks are sort of wary of restorative justice just generally, and sort of applying it to animal cruelty cases. So sometimes we hear that sort of there's a lack of data, and part of that is because folks think that it's sort of new. And so I want to take those sort of in turn is that, restorative justice typically hasn't been used a whole lot. That in and of itself shouldn't dictate us not using it, because I think we have a lot of data about what's currently being used, and what we're currently doing in sort of the carceral state is not working. So I think that there is room for interventions, alternative interventions that really focus on the harm, because the criminal legal system just does a poor job at that. And sort of I want to, sort of ask, like, is incarceration a success, right? Is that what we deem successful in these cases? Is it preventing the type of harm that we want it to? And restorative justice actually isn't new. That's sort of one of the wonderful things about it is it's sort of been around for many, many years. It has deep roots in Indigenous communities. In fact, sometimes it's sort of the leading way of conflict resolution. It's also, it was believed to be used for the first time in the US in the 1970s, when sort of a probation officer thought that somebody, I think it was like 2 teens, pleaded guilty to vandalism. He said in his pre-sentencing report that these individuals there might be some therapeutic value of them interacting with the victim, right? So we have seen it being used. We're not just seeing it used as much as I think that it should be used. Another critique, is that all parties must agree. And a little bit of this is that sort of in order to sort of get in the door of restorative justice, right, the person who has caused the harm and the person has been harmed have to agree to this meeting, or sort of whatever sort of restorative justice module they're using. Some folks just might not be ready, some folks might not be interested, but there's a way around that. And I think particularly we see that when we use surrogate parties. These have been used many, many times over, right? When somebody, is a homicide victim, they're no longer here, right? We use a surrogate party for that. So there are ways around this. So I don't think that in and of itself is a reason to not use restorative justice. Restorative justice centers on individualized harm. So it might not be the best to sort of combat bigger harms. And I know we're going to get into that a little bit later. So like this can be problematic, right? Depending on what sort of the situation is, restorative justice might not be the best intervention for that. I also just want to flag defendants' rights. I am a criminal defense attorney, so I would be remiss if I didn't say something about this. we also want to make sure that we're not using restorative justice as a way to just sort of put people back into the criminal legal system, right? We don't want to pop them back through. And sometimes we see restorative justice used this way as it's supposed to prevent folks from entering that system, but it somehow gets them back into that system. That's not the ideal use of restorative justice. And then if that does happen, right, what happens to folks who have committed harm and they've admitted to committing that harm? What happens if they're back in that criminal legal system? That's something that I just want to flag because that's important. A lack of knowledge and use among attorneys, like I blame law school for this. You know, when I was in law school, I didn't really hear about restorative justice. My clients taught me about restorative justice. So right there, you know, folks, you know, we don't learn about it in law schools. And so as attorneys, we don't really know about it. That again, we can fix that, right? These symposiums and all of that. And, you know, we're seeing more restorative justice being used and talked about amongst attorneys. So we are working on that. Right. And then folks ask sort of like, can we even apply this to animal cruelty cases, right? Sure, restorative justice is its own thing, but is this even applicable to these types of crimes? And I say, yes, it is. Right. When we talk about, you know, the way that animals communicate, right, restorative justice does rely on communication and dialogue and input and all of that. You know, when we talk about sort of animals, it might be difficult for animals to sort of communicate in ways that we can understand. But when we talk about the use of surrogate victims in other instances, we can use surrogate victims when it comes to crimes against animals, right? We might want to be particular in sort of who we deem as a surrogate victim, right? Case dependent, but right, we can do that. This is not an unsolvable problem. I also,
you've got 5 minutes left.
Thank you, Delcy. I'm going to wrap it up. Sort of the importance of restorative justice and sort of the impacts in animal cruelty cases. I think this first bullet point is huge, sort of this property versus victim. Currently under the criminal legal system, animals are considered property. And I think it might be difficult for folks to sort of talk about harming property, right? Is property a sentient thing, right? I think that's really difficult for people to wrap their heads around. But in restorative justice, right, the victim is the person who's been harmed. And when animals are in animal cruelty, you know, are subject of cruelty, right, they are the ones who are harmed. So just, you know, right it off the bat, animals are considered victims in this process. So I think that's incredibly powerful, right? We're centering the conversation on the animal's harm, the animal's experiences, and sort of why the person who caused the harm did what they did. We also, you know, restorative justice redefines accountability, right? It doesn't skirt accountability. It really changes our perception of what we mean when we say we want to hold folks accountable. Do we just sort of want to, you know, give them probation or give them incarceration and really not think about what they've done? Or really do we want them to sit with what they've done, reckon with the harm that they've caused, and really be an active participant in preventing this future harm? I also think it's really important that I think restorative justice offers opportunities for collaboration, right? When we talk about, you know, restorative justice modules, we can open these talking circles and community gatherings, right, to other community members, mental health professionals, social service providers, right? We really can collaborate. And restorative justice sort of invites us to problem solve in really unique ways. And it invites us to sort of think about these things in deeper, more meaningful ways. And I think that that's just really important. And I think sort of the last thing that I want to leave folks with is that, you know, thinking about alternative interventions, these are really tough conversations to have. But right, when we think about sort of the way that things are and the way that we want them to be, right, there's a possibility of like, maybe we're not doing something the way that it should be doing. Maybe there's something else out there. And really restorative justice and transformative justice allows us to think about those things in really unique and creative ways. That was fast, that was quick. I think I was a little all over the place, but thank you so much, Delcy. And yeah, I'm around for questions and all that good stuff. So thanks.
Thank you, Brittany. So I will call Michael to the screen now. And while he's getting his slides up, I will just remind folks, if you have questions for this panel, in the whole panel or individual panelists, please feel free and indeed encouraged to put them in the chat. And Michael, take it away.
Hi, hope you can all hear me all right. My name is Michael Swistera. My pronouns are he, him. For anyone who's visually impaired in the audience, I'm a 28-year-old white man with short brown hair, and I'm wearing a purple t-shirt that says cow's milk is for baby cows. I'm in Chicago, Illinois right now on the occupied lands of the Council of Three Fires, the Ojibwa, the Ottawa, and the Potawatomi peoples. I want to thank Delcy and everyone at Vermont and San Francisco for organizing this event, for inviting me to come speak alongside these two wonderful co-panelists. For the next 15 minutes or so, I'm going to speak a little bit about what lessons we in the animal protection movement could potentially learn from other anti-carceral movements, particularly the police and prison abolition movements. As Brittany said, I'm not a total expert in this area, and 15 minutes is not enough time to fully go into this. So hopefully this starts the conversation off. And I look forward to questions and conversations that emerge out of this. Sorry, let me see if I can go to the next slide. There we go. So I think first it's important to diagnose what a carceral approach is. In a narrow sense, carceral means of or pertaining to prisons and jails, but in a much broader, more expansive sense, it's a logic or systemic logic of responding to societal harms through individualized punishment. And that includes surveillance, that includes parole, imprisonment, certainly everything else in there. And Brittany did a really great job of speaking to the socioeconomic and the racial inequalities in our prison system that many of you are likely familiar with. I also want to point out that the current system does harm non-human animals, whether that's through police killing companion dogs, whether that's harm to the animal protection movement, more indirectly through animal terrorism laws that criminalize some of our allies who are trying to help animals. But most important for my presentation, I think our current approach really fails to address the underlying causes of harm. Here, I think there's something that we could learn from the abolitionist movement. And I want to flag that when I use the word abolition here, I am talking about it in a slightly different sense than it's often understood in the animal rights movement. I think historically it was associated with folks like Dr. Gary Francione, who were talking about abolition in the sense of opening the cages for non-human animals and ending the use and abuse of non-human animals, which I'm all on board with. But I'm trying to here kind of use a slightly more expansive term that encapsulates opening cages for humans as well. As the group Transform Harm says, abolition is, in a very expansive and meaningful sense, the construction and investment in the systems, practices, resources, and cultural values that are going to make imagining a world we don't need police and prisons possible. Or as Derek Purnell says, it's much bigger than just closing prisons. It's about eliminating the reasons that we would need those in place in the first place. So what are some key lessons that we can learn from these other movements and hopefully apply to non-human animals? Well, one thing that's really important when you start to read abolitionist literature is being critical of things that we define as harmful and things that we criminalize, and teasing out the differences between those things, because there are things that we criminalize that might not be harmful in and of themselves, and vice versa, things that are harmful that we're not criminalizing. And one example here is homelessness. As a systemic problem, as a policy choice, it's incredibly harmful and causes untold suffering to our neighbors. But our approach through a carceral lens of criminalizing individual people experiencing homelessness is not effective. And experiencing homelessness is not in and of itself a societal harm. So we're kind of criminalizing and addressing the wrong thing. Similarly, considering why certain laws are passed, why things are criminalized. Brittany also mentioned the war on drugs. Some of you might be familiar with Nixon advisor John Ehrlichman's statements, where he was really transparent saying, we knew we were lying about drugs the whole time. And we did this because we wanted to criminalize people of color and hippies and anyone who was opposed to Nixon. So it's a good example of how we can be critical of those, how we arrived at where we are today. Brittany also spoke about incarceration and accountability being synonymous in a lot of ways. And one thing that abolitionists teach us is it's important to think beyond what's currently possible or what we currently perceive of as possible. Ruth Gilmore, who's photographed here on the slide, is a geographer and a prison abolitionist who's spoken about the need to create new models of living. Another key point from abolition is, how do we respond to harm when it does occur? And how do we respond to harm in a way that implements the values of focusing on reducing harm from occurring in the first place? Mickey Kendall, who wrote Hood Feminism, says, poverty can look a lot like neglect. And if we give people and communities the resources to thrive, we're going to have less need for carceral style solutions on the back end to begin with. And then how do we respond to harm through a restorative justice or transformative justice lens when it does occur? How do we incorporate those values and sort of that ethos of reducing harm? As Angela Davis has said, prisons don't disappear social problems, they disappear human beings. And the organization whose logo I put up in here, Love with Accountability, that Aisha Simmons started, focuses primarily on survivors of childhood sexual trauma, but they do so through a lens of trying to resolve the issues without necessarily resorting to police. So I think that ethos of love with accountability is something that we can carry forward. Jeff is going to speak more about transformative justice in the next presentation. It's not my area of expertise, but I did just want to flag it as I think a good place to start to think about how we respond to harm in a way that ensures that we're not causing further violence. That, as Mia Mingus from the Bay Area Transformative Justice Collective says, we restore power to the person who's been harmed, or the animal who's been harmed in this case. And how do we make sure that that person or that animal isn't harmed again going forwards? How do we make sure that the person who caused harm is set up for success to not cause harm again? And how do we look at the situation that that person found themselves in where they were causing harm? How do we make sure other people don't get into those situations where they're causing harm? The organization Critical Resistance has put out a series of questions they think are really helpful to analyze proposed policies to differentiate between what they see as steps to abolition versus what sociologist Alex Vitale calls sort of reformist reforms that just address the quote unquote PR problem of state violence. And so Critical Resistance's questions include things like, does this challenge the notion that police always increase safety, or does this reduce in some way the scale of policing? So they'd say policies where you could say yes to this are withdrawing from militarized programs of policing or getting police out of schools. But programs that invest more money and more resources in policing, like body cameras that are not proven to reduce instances of police violence, are not effective. So I'd like to take some of those lessons and learn to put those into practice, or think about what it would look like to put those into practice for non-human animals. And that is my adorable companion animal, Matilda, on the slide right now. When we think about responding to harm, or sorry, redefining harm, apologize. As Delcy said, I was bubbling bar bubbles 48 hours ago, so my brain is still a little jumbled. I think it's important that we consider what trade-offs we're making when we redefine harm or when we create new animal criminal laws. Professor Justin Marceau has been very critical of laws that criminalize cruelty to companion animals, but explicitly carve out farmed animals, for example. John Lovern has written a lot about how the climate crisis is harming animals on a mass scale. We should be paying more attention to that. Is there an opportunity cost to be made? And similarly, what behaviors or what people are we criminalizing when we pass these laws? That's something to be important to be cognizant of as well. I'm currently based in Chicago, and as one really good example, tether laws and leash laws in the city are hugely disproportionately enforced. The majority of dog parks in Chicago are on the northern side, which is wealthier and whiter, but the vast majority of ticketing for violations of these laws are on the southern side. That's where it's being enforced, and that's who's being criminalized. When we talk about expanding what we perceive of as possible in the animal protection movement, it's not just about closing slaughterhouses, but it's obviously about, to repurpose Derek Purnell's words, taking the steps to realize what it would look like for a world where we don't need factory farms at all. And I think part of that is going to be factoring in farm workers and doing the kind of transformation projects that Mercy for Animals and Animal Outlook are doing as well. In reducing instances of harm from occurring in the first place, I think there's some lessons to be learned here from the defund rhetoric that many of you might have been familiar with or might have heard, that by divesting from the carceral state, it allows us to reinvest in alternatives to support animal-friendly communities. It'll also have, I think, a direct effect on reducing certain instances of harm, like the epidemic of police killing companion animals. And I think Delcy linked to one of my articles that talks a little bit more about how the police state harms non-human animals. But the estimates range from anywhere from, on the low end, 10,000 dogs a year being killed by dogs, all the way to estimates well over 100,000. So reducing the militarization of police will have a benefit there as well. But most importantly is, how do we invest in and build those alternative and supportive community models? The Pets for Life program that HSUS runs, I think, is a great example of supporting healthy pet ownership. They provide vaccine clinics, resources, dog food to people who need it, particularly in rural communities where it might be harder to get those things. we know that neglect, underweight, and abandonment are all kind of the most commonly charged animal cruelty cases or claims. And we know that by providing vet access, by giving people food, by building dog houses for people, we can reduce instances of harm in that way. The All Fours Rescue League in Memphis is a really good example of this. In Tennessee, they go out and provide vet clinics and build dog houses and build fences and help people who just don't have the resources to properly care for their animal, keep them in their homes. Kara Achterberg of Operations Paws for Homes has also said that when people suffer, their animal suffers. And anyone who has an animal, companion animal, knows that as well. So anti-poverty work more broadly, mental health resources are also going to help reduce the need for us to resort to carceral solutions on the back end in the first place. And I also want us to try and think about other types of community or youth programs that we could be implementing here. I've put DJ Cookham name up on the slide. He is a hip hop artist who does vegan community garden work with young people. And I think that's a really exciting place to try and think about how we can reach out to the community to build healthy, thriving communities for both human and non-human animals. When harm does occur, how do we respond to it with compassion? And here, I think both Brittany and Jeff's restorative and transformative justice presentations are incredibly helpful. So I'm not going to go too deep into those two different modes or models, but it's important to think about what the person who's been harmed or what the survivor needs and apply that in a very individualistic sense. As Brittany said, restorative justice is a little squishy, and that allows us to tailor the accountability to the circumstances. I do think it's important that when tailoring that accountability, when potentially putting a surrogate person in there, that we're careful to not necessarily substitute our own cultural biases for what the animal might necessarily need. And I want to here highlight another quote from Ruth Gilmore, who I mentioned earlier. Her cousin was shot and killed many years ago, and she frequently gets asked, why wouldn't you want the people who killed your cousin to be locked up? And her response is that wouldn't bring my cousin back, that even if they were locked up forever, all it would mean is that their families have suffered as mine has suffered. And I think that's a really important perspective to keep in mind when we talk about, trying to put our voice in place of non-human animals potentially. By tailoring accountability to the needs of the circumstances, it allows, as Brittany also spoke about, to be really responsive to what is needed in that situation. Is it an apology? Is it a confrontation, sort of a meeting or a circle? Is it a physical distancing, creating space? Is it giving time or some sort of other restitution, to the extent that it's necessary to address the harms? And again, rooting all this in the ethos of how do we make sure it doesn't happen again? How do we consider the individual who was harmed, make sure that animal is set up for safety and success? How do we make sure that the person who caused the harm won't cause harm again? And how do we make sure that other people don't get into that similar situation to begin with? I know a lot of this sounds pretty vague, and I do want to acknowledge that this is really hard work. We need to be cognizant of the fact that it's often a lot easier to resort to carceral approaches to imprison and criminalize people than it is to do this really tough, confrontational, circumstance-specific work. And we should also remember that because this is a survivor-focused approach, we certainly don't want anyone to be re-traumatized through restorative or transformative justice. And it's important to come from a place of acknowledging that our current system far too often places survivors in trial. As Brittany also alluded to, it really disincentivizes folks who cause harm from taking accountability for that harm. And so thinking of alternative ways to respond when harm does occur. To return to the questions that critical resistance posed, I invite everyone here to think about what those questions could look like in a non-human animal context. I've written two here on the slide that I think are a good place to start. Does this particular policy reduce the possibility of future animals being similarly harmed? Does this challenge the much broader societal norm that non-human animals are often seen as lesser than humans? And I think, focusing on individual bad farm workers rather than systemic, you'd say no to most of those, but focusing on systemic standard industry practices, building cruelty-free alternatives and vegan alternatives, investing in pet ownership resources, in transformative and restorative justice, are all ways that we could start to put that into practice for non-human animals. That's it for now. I'm going to wrap up by just saying I think taking a carceral approach is harmful. I don't think it addresses the underlying problems of harm to animals or to humans. And importantly, as I said, fails to address the underlying harm. There are a lot of inspiring activists and organizers who've been doing this work for a really long time. It's predominantly feminists in the queer, Black, and other communities of color and communities of global majority spaces. So I would definitely encourage and recommend everyone go out and read Miriam Kaba or Angela Davis or Derek Cornell or Mimi Kim or Kyungi Yamato Taylor's work in this space. My email is on the slide though, so feel free to reach out to me if you'd like, and be happy to continue this conversation. And I want to end on a quote by Christopher Sebastian, who said that we as vegans are here to break hierarchies, not to perpetuate them. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, Michael. I will ask Jeffrey to put his slides up and come on. And I see some questions starting to come in the chat. Please keep those coming. And if you're on the live stream, you can go to the YouTube link and put questions in. Just because Michael mentioned Pets for Life, we will hear from someone from that organization in a later panel today. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Thanks, Delsey, and thanks so much to all the symposium organizers. I feel so excited to be part of this conversation, especially alongside Brittany and Michael. So yeah, this is just really exciting. I want to offer the same disclaimer that Brittany and Michael offered. I'm an attorney. I'm not an expert in restorative justice or transformative justice. My point of entry into restorative justice, as Delsey was mentioning, was some of the efforts in the District of Massachusetts, a federal court. The judge who I clerked for, Leo Sorokin, is really interested in restorative justice and started experimenting with ways to integrate some restorative justice theories and practices into criminal proceedings. If that work interests you at all, we wrote about it in the University of Michigan Law Review a couple of years ago in an article called Restorative Federal Criminal Procedure. So you can check that out to learn more about Judge Sorokin's work. The goal of my presentation, I think, will be to build on what Brittany and Michael have been talking about so far. Think about restorative justice and transformative justice as lenses through which we can think about different interventions that we can take as animal advocates, and assess different possibilities. And I think part of the challenge that I'd like to invite us to take together is to think about a really broader instance of violence against animals, specifically violence against farmed animals in slaughterhouses, to really think about, I think that exercise can help us think about restorative justice and transformative justice on their own terms, learn more about those theoretical frameworks, their contours, perhaps their limitations, their promises, and also to think critically about specific actions that we might take as advocates. So I won't dwell here too long because Brittany provided such a wonderful overview of restorative justice. As Brittany said, it's a very squishy concept that can mean a lot of things, different things to different people, but there are some sort of foundational questions that folks typically ask in restorative justice modules. I took this from Danielle Sarad's book, Until We Reckon, which I would recommend to folks. She runs a nonprofit called Common Justice that provides restorative justice as an alternative to entering into the criminal legal system for juvenile offenders. So the questions that she asks are, who has been harmed? What are their needs? And who has the obligation to address the needs, put right the harms, and restore well-being? And some of the aims that that Brittany was mentioning, it's really rejecting the idea that punishment necessarily provides healing for a victim or a survivor, or that it necessarily facilitates rehabilitation. And Michael, spoke eloquently to this as well. And it also centers, the idea of personal responsibility for causing harm and demonstrating accountability, taking, taking on specific projects or obligations that are agreed upon to help repair the situation, restore well-being. And through that, it's sort of centering the needs of those who have experienced harm and asking, specifically what can be done to promote their healing. And hopefully, through all of this, it's recognizing everybody's humanity, including the humanity of those who have caused harm. So there are, a number of different models. I know Brittany's article speaks to, and I think that's a great resource for folks. Victim offender conferences are a more intimate model, often just involving, the survivor of a harm, the perpetrator of a harm, and facilitator. There are also talking circles, which are very prevalent model that can be more expansive, involve family members, community members, depending on where the module is situated. It can involve representatives from the criminal legal system, and it can also involve more far-reaching discussions about systemic issues that may have contributed to an individual instance of harm. Sorry about that. So as Michael was saying, transformative justice sort of widens the aperture beyond some of the more particular concerns of restorative justice framework. And I take this definition from Miriam Kaba, who Michael also mentioned. She describes transformative justice as a community process developed by anti-violence activists of color in particular, who wanted to create responses to violence that do what criminal punishment systems fail to do. It builds support and more safety for the person harmed, figure out how the broader context was set up for this harm to happen, and how that context can be changed so that the harm is less likely to happen again. And sort of a concrete example of that is Black Youth 100's response to Chicago Police Department's murder of Laquan McDonald. Writing in Harvard Law Review, Allegra McLeod said, rather than simply demanding the termination of the officers or that charges be brought against them, organizers sought to connect their outrage at these killings to decades of torture perpetrated by Chicago police and to the deeper conditions of social inequality, corruption, and injustice that have long characterized the distribution of life chances in Chicago and around the country. And so concretely, what does that look like in terms of demands from organizers? It means calls for divesting from policing and mass imprisonment, and calls for investing in public education, in arts, and housing, and mental health services. Some of the things that Michael also alluded to. And also a part of transformative justice theory is sort of internalizing some critiques of restorative justice that Brittany also mentioned. Restorative justice can be critiqued on the grounds that it really is particular, that it focuses on a very individual instance of harm, possibly to the exclusion of other systemic factors. And it really focuses on personal responsibility, undertaking an obligation to repair harm. And critics can ask the question, even if a response is not punitive or carceral, is the focus on personal responsibility, potentially to the exclusion of other factors, appropriate? And Miriam Kaba relatedly asked this question that I really like, and I think is very generative. What are we restoring people to? Restoring to what? So she says, for many people, the situation that occurred prior to the harm had lots of harm in it. So what are we restoring people to? We have to transform those conditions. And in order to do that, we have to organize to shift structures and systems. And as Brittany was mentioning, restorative justice has sort of exploded as a field, and it means different things to a lot of different people. And one potential goal of restorative justice, as Brittany was saying, is preventing people from entering the criminal legal system. It's also being practiced within those state institutions, and so it can be critiqued on grounds of preventing all parties from exercising agency, the state institutions exercising coercion over the parties, and also sort of co-opting restorative justice theory and rhetoric, really sort of just in service of rehabilitating institutions and regimes that have been producing and reproducing a lot of the harm that eventually manifests in an individual instance of harm. So before we get into sort of the specifics of slaughterhouses, I thought it might be helpful to think through some of the questions that might help us get at the broader context that Miriam Kaba is speaking about. So these are just some possible inquiries. I don't think that this is necessarily an exhaustive list, but some possible questions are, what is the nature of the violence in slaughterhouses? Who is harmed and how? What are the social, economic, and political conditions that produce and reproduce violence in slaughterhouses? And to think about those questions, who performs slaughterhouse work? What are the conditions in which they work and live? And how are slaughterhouses situated within the broader political economy of the food system? Thinking through these questions, hopefully we can get a sense of how restorative justice theory and transformative justice theory might inform different interventions as animal advocates. So starting with the question of the nature of the violence, I'm sure many folks on the call are familiar with just sort of the staggering amount of violence, but I think it's important to center that in the conversation. Hundreds of millions of animals, billion of land mammals, billions of chickens are killed every year in slaughterhouses. And according to USDA's own Office of Inspector General, the agency can't ensure that it's preventing abuse in slaughterhouses. And just one example of that is the treatment of so-called downed pigs, of which there are over 500,000 each year. These are pigs who arrive at slaughterhouses either too sick or too injured to stand or walk. And because mobilizing pigs, even just for a few minutes, can mean that they can be placed into the production system to be turned into pork. They are often kicked and shocked and dragged. So really egregious violence, notwithstanding sort of baseline protections that are meant to be codified in the Humane Methods of Slaughter Act. And as many of you know, the plight of chickens is, even more grim. There's, no requirement under the federal agencies, the relevant federal agencies' interpretation of federal law. There's no requirement that individuals be humanely handled or slaughtered. So this leads to really egregious forms of violence, throwing and hitting chickens, ripping their feet from their bodies, their scalding and asphyxiation when they're placed in scald tanks while fully conscious. So, just the everyday operation of slaughterhouses involves, really egregious violence visited on individual animals at a truly staggering scale. To start thinking through the second question, who performs slaughterhouse work? A couple of years ago, the Economic Policy Institute tried its best to collate national data, and and I think the statistics are really interesting. It's majority people of color, a very substantial percentage of slaughterhouse workers are non-citizens, in many cases undocumented non-citizens, and the median salary of a slaughterhouse worker is $30,000 a year. Almost 9% of federally are living below the poverty line, and in some of the states that they had specific state data on, like Mississippi, those numbers were even worse. Close to 12% of slaughterhouse workers are living below the poverty line. So really, this data gives us a window into the precarity of the lives of many slaughterhouse workers. And because of that precarity, I think it's sadly not surprising that the massive corporations that own and operate slaughterhouses feel authorized to exploit workers on a massive scale. So according to the US Bureau of Labor Statistics, slaughterhouse work is the most dangerous profession in the country. Really high injury rates. Many of you will remember from the COVID-19 experience of the last couple of years that slaughterhouses were nodes of transmission and death in the pandemic. And just this week, Tyson Foods is petitioning the Supreme Court to arguing that they shouldn't be held liable for COVID-19 transmission and death because the federal government designated slaughterhouse facilities as critical infrastructure. So really just the corporations want to completely shirk accountability for their role in the COVID-19 pandemic. And even beyond injury and death, it's very traumatic work, as I'm sure everyone on the call can imagine. I would really recommend a brief opinion piece written by Susannah Chavez in the San Francisco Chronicle, speaking to her own experience as a slaughterhouse worker and the lasting trauma experienced by many slaughterhouse workers, which leads to psychological distress, high rates of drug and alcohol abuse, and domestic violence. And sort of on top of all of that, slaughterhouses are a site of environmental injustice. I've learned a lot about this this past year in my work at Earth Justice, representing a coalition of environmental nonprofits and community organizations that are challenging the current regulatory framework for water pollution control standards at slaughterhouses. But it's frankly shocking to me to learn that for many slaughterhouses, there are no national water pollution control standards whatsoever. 95% of the industry is what EPA calls an indirect discharging facility, meaning that they discharge massive amounts of water first to a publicly operated treatment works, and then the water is discharged into waters or streams. And there are no standards right now that water must be pre-treated before they're sent on to a publicly owned water treatment facility. So this leads to incredible amount of nitrogen and phosphorus pollution. Slaughterhouses are the leading source of phosphorus pollution, and yet there are currently no guidelines that regulate the amount of phosphorus that they can pollute. And perhaps unsurprisingly, slaughterhouses are disproportionately located in low-income communities and communities of color. This map at Earth Justice we created for one of our comments to the agency really shows, it demonstrates that point. And of course, many of the workers in slaughterhouses live near slaughterhouses in communities that are heavily polluted. There's many other industrial animal agriculture facilities there, and exposes the community members there to a lot of risks, public health risks that stem from slaughterhouse pollution. And then another mode of analysis here is thinking about slaughterhouses within the broader political economy of the food system. And so, this is taken from a White House blog, a recent blog from this year that is speaking to the market consolidation of the just handful of firms that control meat packing in the country. So for beef packing firms, they control 82% of the market. And as the chart shows, profit is just increasing every year. Of course, the White House is mostly concerned about market consolidation as it relates to prices for food, but I think that we can also think about market consolidation as a political power problem, and that political power that's wielded by just a handful of firms manifests in policies that create more violence visited upon animals in slaughterhouses and more risks for the workers who work there. So just a recent example of this is, notwithstanding a federal judge's order that a Trump-era rule that removed line speeds at slaughterhouses be set aside. The industry lobbied the USDA, and there's now a trial program that is allowing slaughterhouses to once again increase line speeds, which of course increases instances of egregious violence against animals and also increases the risks to workers of injury. So taking stock of the broader context, I think we can return to the theoretical lenses that Brittany and Michael introduced and sort of assess what interventions we might take as advocates to try to address the violence that's occurring in slaughterhouses. And so the question that it leaves me with, at least, is with respect to restorative justice, is whether it's an adequate framework for addressing violence in slaughterhouses. As a first point, restorative justice's focus on personal responsibility might sort of play into, in fact, the animal agriculture's industry's favorite talking point, the bad apple worker, which thinking about the police abolition movement, obviously echoes the bad apple cop myth. And then there's the question that Brittany and I've raised previously about collaborating with state actors. At this point, many states now have restorative justice statutes that encourage the use of restorative justice as an alternative or a supplement to the criminal legal system. So thinking about the extent to which using restorative justice tools will actually further entangle folks in the carceral state. And then just sort of some broader questions, thinking about what would be the material impact of a restorative justice process? What would be the goals of a restorative justice process, like a talking circle in the slaughterhouse context? How would it materially improve the lives of farmed animals? And I think really critically, how would it recognize the humanity of an individual slaughterhouse worker who caused even egregious harm? Knowing what we know about the broader social, political, and economic context in which that harm occurred, and that it's really authorized not just by massive corporate power, but by the federal government, that by failing to enforce even the minimal laws that are on the books.
And Jeffrey, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up so that we have a little bit of time for questions.
Sure. So I'll just very quickly say, perhaps transformative justice is a more generative framework, and some of the interventions that we can think about are moratoria on slaughterhouses. There was a bill in the California Assembly that unfortunately failed, but proposed that as a more systemic solution. There's really interesting work that many lawyers are doing, thinking about corporate liability, both in the criminal and the civil context. I think a question that would be really interesting to discuss further is the idea of solidarity with slaughterhouse workers. I think, perhaps controversial, but really worth thinking about whether animal advocates can be a part of a just transition away from slaughterhouse work. If we think that the adoption of meat alternatives is going to be a part of creating a more just food system, can slaughterhouse workers be a part of that transition? Thanks so much for including me in the panel, and really looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much. This is an issue that is near and dear to my heart, and I really appreciate your helping us think about restorative justice in this broader context of the institutionalized violence that we inflict on animals on a very large scale every single day as a part of our food system. So we have about 10 minutes for questions, which is certainly not going to be enough time. I see some more coming in the chat. Please keep them coming. If we don't get to all of them, which we probably won't, I certainly encourage folks to continue these discussions. We'll have breakout sessions later in the day. And the slides have had some excellent resources in them, so we're going to make sure to make those available to everyone who's registered for the event as well. So if you're not getting your notes down quickly enough, please be assured you will get those. So I think I'd like to kick us off with a question I have, and it's probably a multi-part question, and it's for the whole panel. So maybe I'll go have you all respond in the order that you presented. So starting with Brittany, and it's sort of where to start. Y'all identified so many intertwined and fundamental problems with our current approach, everything from embedded racism, the war on drugs, the housing crisis, just to name a few. That can feel really overwhelming. And so imagining a world without slaughterhouses, as Michael said in his presentation, when 9 billion birds are killed just in the United States every year, when we're consuming more animals per capita than ever before in the US and around the world, that feels so incredibly far from where we are. It feels like a very different world. So I'm wondering, A, what you recommend as a starting place, a first step to get us to that different world, and B, how you maintain hope and optimism that this other world is possible. And you can answer all or some of that as you prefer. And we'll start with Brittany. Thanks.
Right. Wonderful questions, such big questions. And so I'll take the second one first, because I like to lead with hope. The in particular, sort of the work that I'm a prison abolitionist, I work in criminal justice reform. I have seen just the injustice of the system. Like I see that every day. It's hard. This is hard work. But for me, sort of the way that I have sort of centered myself, well, one, I don't center myself in the work, but the way that I sort of approach my work is that I have an immense amount of privilege. I'm a white woman, I'm a lawyer. I need to use that privilege for good. And so the way that I sort of do that is, one, sort of I want to break cycles of sort of injustice, racism, all of that. Like I want to tear down the system. So that's what I'm going to use my privilege to do. But I also want to disrupt cycles of despair. Like me and myself as an attorney, I want to give people hope and I want to treat people with kindness and grace. And that's not always easy to do, right? But the kindness and grace that I expect others to extend me, I extend that to them. But also more importantly is that I know that a lot of people haven't had space in this system. So I'm going to use my privilege to create space for them. And that, I think, does allow me to give hope and also to get hope from others. The first question, very quickly, because I am long-winded. I think a first place to start, I mean, kind of it's like, where do we start? But I think one, having forums like this is the perfect place to start. We need to have these conversations. These are really difficult conversations. And just the fact that we're having these conversations and they'll continue, that's a wonderful place to start. I think also sort of, you know, challenging where we can. So if you're sort of working in the animal law movement, right? If you're defense minded, if you're reform minded, right? Take jobs in this area and push people. If you're working in the legal system, right? Push people to have these conversations, push against what we can. And yeah, start having those conversations inside the legal system, I think is a really great place to start.
Thank you. Michael.
Yeah, as Brittany said, thank you. This is such a great question and a big question. So I'll also try and be fairly brief. The what do we do first is a really tricky one. And I will try and give a bit of an answer, but as a little bit of a non-answer first, I think, as Brittany said, having these kinds of conversations is important. And part of that is speaking with other people, but part of it is also being critical about the assumptions that we're making or the policies that we're supporting. In terms of things that we can start to do, I think a key part of it is asking where you kind of fit into this and what you can best do as an individual. Are you an academic? Are you a lawyer? Are you an activist? And some of the policy ideas that are already happening that I mentioned in my presentation, whether that's Pets for Life and local shelters giving resources to pet owners, whether that's transformation work to help farmers transition away from animal agriculture. I think those are all helpful first steps. And I know, a lot of those are still in very early stages, and we're not anywhere near transforming the food system at the kind of scale that I or we would like to see. But I think those kinds of programs, both for companion and farm animals, give me hope. And I think those are good places to start. And then to end on a hopeful note, as I said, those programs give me hope, but also all of you and the fact that we're having this conversation in this symposium and that every day I get to interact with amazing people in animal law and the broader animal protection space give me a lot of hope.
Thank you. Jeff?
Yeah, I'll also try to be really brief with this huge question. I mean, I think for me, a great place to start for me personally has just been to try to learn as much as possible about, other folks in other movements who, sort of the lesson to take away from Michael's presentation. I think there's just such a wealth of knowledge that has been produced by Black and queer activists and in various abolition movements. And those are just really rich sources of knowledge that I think we can try to apply to our context. In terms of hope, I mean, I think of transformative justice as actually a really hopeful framework because I think even when we're thinking about a specific instance of harm, it allows us to imagine a different world, and in fact, it demands of us to imagine a different world, and that can be that can be really hopeful as we're sort of mired in the really, really overwhelming facts of violence that's been visited on many, many individuals. It's great to situate that within a vision for something very different.
Thank you so much. There is never enough time. So here's what I want to do. I want to quickly run through the fantastic questions we have submitted so that everyone can be thinking about them as we proceed through the day and towards our breakout sessions. And then I'll see if our panelists want to give a single sentence in closing before we wrap this panel and move on to the next. So they can think about that. And if they want to respond to one of the questions, they can. So questions in no particular order, I was able to grab them frantically from the chat. So Jessica Johnson asks if she asked Jeff specifically, but I think this could go to anyone. Can you name some of the states that have laws encouraging restorative justice practices? And this, and I think a number of the additional questions I'll run through are going to be touched on in the subsequent panels. We did get a response in the chat already from Elena Sigler, and I apologize to everyone whose name I butcher, who says the city of Boulder provides restorative justice as an option. The state of Vermont also has an interesting law encouraging that, and our next panel is going to talk about that. Samantha Lewin asked Brittany to give an example of what restorative justice would look like in a hypothetical animal cruelty case. And you're in luck, because on our next panel, you're going to hear from a Vermont Law School alum who's going to give you a real life example, not hypothetical, of restorative justice in an animal cruelty case. David Rosengard from Animal Legal Defense Fund, who I know has been doing a lot of thinking in this space, says, given that management, corporate actors are nowhere immunized from criminal exposure vis-a-vis criminal animal maltreatment taking place on their farms, circuses, roadside zoos, etc., what mechanisms might we use to see the broad penological goal of restorative justice in cases involving those actors as defendants? Brooke Christie raises an important question about whether you have recommended practices or procedures for working with people who may deny the fact that they've caused harm to an animal because they don't believe in their sentience. So that's a really important threshold question, and I think it'll be pertinent for our next panel. Two more. Elena Sigler asks if there are examples of farmed animals being liberated from slaughterhouses as a result of abuse from workers, in addition to engaging with restorative justice with the workers. And I'll just say briefly, I don't believe there are any such examples. I'd love to hear that I'm wrong, but I do know of two cows at Vine Sanctuary here in Vermont, a mother and her calf, who ended up there after the mother injured a worker who got in between the mother and her calf, and she was going to be slaughtered as a result. And the worker actually pled for mercy for her to be able to go to a sanctuary, and they are together there. And then Akeisha Townsend asks a very important question. I have an interest in economic justice for communities impacted by factory farms as a restorative justice, restorative economics issue. For instance, property values are decreased in these areas. To my knowledge, this isn't emphasized very much in the environmental justice conversation. She's wondering if the panelists are aware of any resources covering this topic. And I think there probably are a lot of recommendations. I know Jeffrey's been doing work in this space. I will note that the Environmental Justice Clinic here at Vermont Law School has been doing work in this space, and I think will continue to do so, and I'll pop a link in the chat there. I know also a newer organization called One Rural is looking at these issues, but these are just a few examples. So those are the questions I grabbed before I started reading through questions. I'm sorry if I didn't get to yours. And Jeffrey, do you want to give a one-sentence closing, and then we'll move backwards through the panel?
Oh, I don't know if I can do justice to any of those questions in one sentence. So
I'm not expecting to answer any of the questions. Just if you want to say something in closing, and this will be an ongoing conversation.
Yeah, thanks so much for the convening this conversation. I'm really looking forward to learning from other folks for the rest of the day.
Thanks. Michael, do you want to say anything?
Just the same. Thank you so much, Chelsea, and everyone else who organized this. And I'm really excited for the rest of the day.
Brittany.
I'll bring us home. Again, a huge thank you to everyone for putting this on and attending. And I look forward to sort of the future that we can all reimagine together. Thank you.
Thank you to our incredible panel. Please join me in a virtual applause for them. So now we're going to take a 15-minute break. We will be back promptly at 1:15 Eastern. I cannot be trusted to do the time zone conversion. I will leave that to you. And my colleague, Jessica Brown, will be moderating the next panel. Please do stay logged into Zoom if you can. Just mute yourself and turn your video off for your break, but it's a lot easier for the organizers if we don't have to readmit you all. Thank you.
We'll give it another couple seconds to let everyone hopefully join back in, and we'll kick off our next panel. Thank you again so much, Brittany, Michael, and Jeffrey. That first panel was amazing. So I want to just segue into introducing our next moderator. Thank you, Delcy, for doing the last one, and introduce Jessica Brown, our fantastic colleague at Vermont Law and Graduate School. Jessica is the Associate Director at the Center for Justice Reform and Professor of Law at Vermont Law and Graduate School. Jessica joined VLGS after a 24-year career as a public defender, both in New Hampshire and Vermont, in state and federal court or federal criminal legal systems. In addition to her work at VLGS, Jessica is actively involved in several state and county level. Okay. I thought for a second that was going to be one of those moments. I was muted the whole time. Hopefully all good. In addition to her work at VLGS, Jessica is actively involved in several state and county level initiatives to develop restorative justice programs and treatment models, and to address racial disparities in the criminal and juvenile legal systems. Thank you so much, Jessica, for being here today to help moderate, and I'll hand it over to you to introduce our panelists for the second panel.
Thanks, Alana. Hi, everyone. I didn't realize I was going to get a fancy introduction. Thank you for that. Thanks, everybody, for coming back for our second panel to hear about case studies in restorative justice for animals. During this panel, we are going to hear from Kelly Orens, Sally Adams, and Lindsay Pointer about their perspectives on how restorative justice principles can work in animal-related cases, and we will hear actual examples of the application of restorative justice practices in real animal-related cases that have occurred in Vermont. As Alana said, my name is Jessica Brown. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. Alana told you I am an assistant professor of criminal law at Vermont Law and Graduate School, as well as the associate director of the Center for Justice Reform. And in my work at VLGS and as a former public defender in Vermont, I've had the good fortune to work with each of the presenters you're about to hear from. So I'm really excited to be moderating this panel. I'm going to briefly introduce each panelist before they share with us about their experiences of using restorative justice practices in situations involving animals. Each panelist will speak for about 15 to 20 minutes, and then we will try and save about 15 minutes at the end for Q&A. So feel free to put your questions in the chat at any time. If you're watching on YouTube, hopefully someone's monitoring for questions there. So first, it is my pleasure to introduce Kelly Orens. Kelly has more than a decade of experience in the restorative justice field throughout Vermont, from volunteering to researching and to staffing and implementing restorative justice processes. For more than half of that decade working in the restorative justice field, Kelly has been focused on how to create restorative justice processes and programming to meet the unique needs of youth, including in her current position as the manager of youth restorative programs for the Burlington, Vermont Community Justice Center. So welcome, Kelly. Thank you so much for being here, and I'm going to turn it over to you.
Great, thanks so much, Jess. So good to see you. Let me share my screen.
Are you all seeing just white? Let's see about. Let me try that one more time. And I know you all can potentially serve as backup as needed, but let me attempt that again. All right. Okay, that should be good. All right, so hi, thanks for having me. My name is Kelly Orens. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a restorative justice practitioner at the Burlington Community Justice Center in Burlington, Vermont. There are 17 CJCs and 12 diversion programs covering all 14 counties in the state. 8 of those are combined agencies, including our own, and we offer programs funded by the Department of Corrections, the Attorney General's office, and often with from the Department of Children and Families. I have worked in multiple roles at a few different CJCs across Vermont since 2009. And as my introduction said, I'm currently serving as the Youth Restorative Programs Manager, where I am lucky enough to now support a team of 4 staff that work in schools, police departments. We work with the Chittenden County State's Attorney Office, as well as Department of Children and Families. So we received a referral for animal cruelty a few years back from a local police officer who didn't think the court process would be helpful for this youth. This was a first for me, and I wanted to know if there was any precedent or experience with these kinds of cases from colleagues. Finding that there wasn't, I began some basic online research and happened upon Rspca in the UK, which is the Royal Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. They do all kinds of animal welfare projects, and one of those is a young offenders program. Their philosophy is that in order to prevent someone from reoffending or causing harm to animals, the punishment is often not enough. Sorry, my screen just froze. For Rspca, they work under the belief that if a young person harms an animal and you do nothing, do nothing in particular to change their way of thinking, then there is a likelihood that they could cause that harm again. So for them, it's very important that a young person understand the impacts and in particular what triggered them to act. So they have a specific project that I came across, which is called Breaking the Chain, which was developed in 2010 to help rehabilitate some of these young people who've harmed animals in the past, or even show that they might be at risk at harming animals. It's an interactive tool and forms part, they have a few different youth offending teams across their area. And so it's a part of their training to, again, really focused on preventing behavior from happening in the future. They've also put a great emphasis on enabling a sense of empathy for animals. So their assessment tool enables really any provider. They have all of their information publicly shared. They were great when I wasn't able to access things, just going directly to them. They were really interested to know that folks across the ocean were doing some of this work. So as a part of using this Breaking the Chain tool, you select the most appropriate activities to use with each additional young person. And the tool is meant to be completed after initially meeting and talking to supports, caregivers, counselors, caseworkers, whoever that might be. So there are a few challenges, both immediate and ongoing, for this particular animal cruelty case. After finding precedent on using RJ with animal cruelty, I took as my next step to see which staff and volunteers would be willing to work on this referral with me. Unfortunately, and very reasonably, this was an incident that hit too close for home for some people, and so there was not a huge comfort to engage. However, we did have a couple of social work interns at the time that were while they were early in their time with us, they were also very eager to try new things and were very moved by this question that I posed, which was, if we can't look at the worst things someone has done, how can we expect them to? And that kind of tipped the scales for them to have trust in the restorative justice process, and obviously having the RSPCA tools and resources available, they did agree to help. Another challenge was that this referred youth is someone who experienced childhood trauma, which impacted their brain development, and they particularly struggled to navigate risk and reward, were emotionally explosive, and had a different learning style and needs. This all required adaptation on our part of those resources and the Breaking the Chain curriculum, as well as patience with the process. This all happened during the height of COVID, so meetings were virtual. We had to keep them at about half an hour, and we're really mindful about always adding something lighthearted to every time that we got together. We played a lot of virtual Pictionary. So as to what our process looked like, the first 2 meetings, we only focused on relationship building. That obviously, a youth can sustain that for longer than half an hour. So those were a little bit longer meetings and just focus on getting to know each other and the family. Then using the RSPCA assessment, we chose 7 out of the 14 sections in the curriculum. A common thread that was continuously referenced throughout was what you see on the right slide, which were their identified 5 welfare needs. And then on the left side are the 7 areas that we felt most appropriate for this youth that we were working with. So the activities just included discovering that animals and humans have similar needs to each other, using those 5 welfare needs to help them decide whether animals in shared stories had suffered in any way, looking at animals in different scenarios and considering how the youth may feel in each situation, and also thinking about how the animal might feel in a situation. So sometimes they were chained to something or locked behind bars or, frolicking in a field. Then we kind of moved through with using comics and stories, thinking about what types of feelings or events might trigger someone else into an animal cruelty incident, and how those might be managed to prevent one from happening in the future. We did revisit, so we kind of did a lot of this prep work to get us to revisiting the incident itself, and then being able to accept what happened and their role within it. And then from there, thinking through how those actions have affected them and others. They had the opportunity to empathize with the animal as the victim, as well as other people in their life, including themselves who were impacted. And then the thing we did kind of to close it out was exploring how they could manage some of the triggers identified in the prior activity, and completed an action plan to help them avoid harming animals in the future, as well as thinking about positive goals for themselves. So as I mentioned, we made some pretty significant modifications to make it developmentally appropriate for this youth. A lot of the resources were written worksheets originally, and so we often made them more interactive and visual, and obviously we had to make some modifications being in the virtual scape. So as an example of what that looked like on our end, this was some of the work we did with the youth. So here are images. We used Google Jamboards. If you've never used it, it's a really great resource, particularly when you're online with youth or even adults. So this was modifying that very first activity, which was looking at welfare needs of human and animals. We first started with themselves, or humans in general, and then worked our way up through smaller animals, like we used a fish and did the same process. And then eventually the last one we did was the animal that was a victim of that youth's cruelty. So the youth was at the end of it being able to relate and identify how to attend in a healthy way to that particular animal's needs. So the youth, like this particular activity, the youth led the generating of ideas, and then, you know, we prompted as needed and when. I can only share so much about this youth's outcomes so as to not identify them. I can share that they were incredibly kind and an incredibly funny person, and working with that family was, you know, I will say definitely one of the best experiences that I have had in this field. Through their restorative process, they were able to connect their own choices to the impact on the animal and their family, rebuild trust with their parents, strengthen a sense of community for that youth, and also for the interns who were young people, you know, who were young people themselves, and to action plan around triggers and taking it out on others, particularly animals, when they found themselves in a situation that was going to be potentially triggering for them. The biggest challenge for the youth, and I think clearly a missing piece of this, was being able to make a direct amends with an animal. And this was especially a challenge because, again, we were in the midst of COVID. And while there were some concerns about volunteering at an animal shelter due to the nature of the incident, we had hoped, but unfortunately we're not able to make happen. We wanted to support their volunteering at a shelter so they could still, you know, practice kindness with animals in a safe and supervised way, as well as benefit just from the therapeutic nature of interacting with animals. The most important amends, I would say, at the end of the day, was rebuilding trust with their parents. Historically, our youth work at the Burlington Community Justice Center used the traditional restorative justice process we use in Vermont, which is panels. Receiving this referral for animal cruelty helped to jumpstart our own exploration of shifting away from panels as the only model and providing a restorative process where a youth creates more meaningful amends with those impacted while empowering their sense of self for making future changes. So each of our programming options are now a bit more structured, but also more supported, which you can see, you know, for those of you that are familiar with the social discipline window, is in that doing with or restorative box. The youth brain and the compassion it requires, particularly if there's been trauma, is something that has also motivated our programming changes and was ever present in this particular case. We also, as a program, have come to recognize more that community members in our organizations have an obligation to support a healing and learning process for youth. And so in closing, I want to acknowledge and appreciate those two interns, Johnny Ryder and MJ Jallo. They were instrumental partners in this, as well as ended up taking the lead of helping the youth finish their restorative process. I had a baby in the midst of this work, so they kept it up, and then we got to have a really nice celebratory closing when I returned. I hope that y'all are able to learn from this case example what kinds of restorative options there are working with animal cruelty cases, in particular when it's a young person doing the offending. And thanks again for inviting me.
Thanks so much, Kelly. There is one question in the chat that I think you can answer pretty quickly, which is just, can you explain a little bit how the Burlington Community Justice Center gets its cases? Is it all referral, and who makes those referrals?
We receive referrals from a few different sources. So our local Burlington Police Department sends referrals directly to us. We receive them as a court diversion referral from the state's attorney. So if an officer decides to send it to the court, they divert it out of the court. We also work with youth who may be referred to a restorative process as a part of their probationary work with DCF or the courts. So, and those apply, not the exact sources, but in general, that also applies to our adult programming.
Great, thanks so much, Kelly. And that's actually a perfect segue to introduce our next presenter. Sally Adams earned her law degree from Vermont Law School, when it was still called Vermont Law School, in 2009, after which she worked as a defense attorney for 7 years, and followed by a year as an assistant attorney general before she joined the Chittenden County, Vermont State's Attorney's Office, where she is currently a chief deputy state's attorney. Sally has specifically been the state's attorney's office's designated animal cruelty prosecutor since 2017. In her role, she serves as the state's attorneys and sheriff's association representative to the Animal Cruelty Investigations Advisory Board. And in her free time, she is also a member of the board of directors at the Humane Society of Chittenden County. She has attended national trainings on prosecution of animal cruelty cases and regularly counsels law enforcement and prosecutors on the investigation and prosecution of animal cruelty cases in Vermont. But today she's going to tell us about how she incorporates restorative justice processes into animal cruelty cases. So Sally, thanks so much for being here. Welcome. And I know Sally doesn't have any slides. We're just going to hear right from her. So thanks, Sally, and take it away.
Thank you, Jess. Thank you for having me here today. I appreciate the opportunity. So I'm just going to spend some time talking about one particular case that my office decided to use restorative justice with in a criminal animal cruelty prosecution in adult court. And so first I will say that this experience of treating a case through a restorative lens was a new thing for me. I guess I had never really thought about treating an animal cruelty case in a restorative manner. Certainly the national organizations that I have been trained with and have participated in do not look at this as a restorative justice type of case. And I certainly think that there are situations that are not necessarily appropriate for restorative justice, depending on the egregiousness of the offense and whatnot. But this case, for a number of reasons, felt like it was something that we needed to explore. So we did. So I'll give everybody a little bit of a background. And like Kelly, I need to be somewhat careful about how much information I do provide about the case in particular, because it is technically now sealed because of the outcome of the case. So in January of 2020, there was a number of calls that had been made recently about an individual in the community in Chittenden County who had an elderly dog that appeared to be in fairly bad shape. There was concerns about the dog's health. There were also concerns about the individual's mental health. This individual had a fairly extensive history, a criminal history, also a pretty extensive history of mental health issues, and was an unhoused individual at the time. And so the call ended up coming into local law enforcement that there was a dog that had been left outside of the food shelf. It was the middle of January, it was early in the morning, and it was like 30 degrees, and the dog was cold and was essentially lying in its own excrement. The owner had left the animal there, had asked somebody to watch it, and had been gone for an hour. And the person was like, I can't continue to watch this dog and I'm concerned about it. So they called law enforcement. Law enforcement appeared. The dog was in such bad shape, they realized that the dog couldn't stand on its own, and it was unable to use its back legs. So they ended up taking the dog to the emergency vet, and veterinarians made a determination at that point, given the dog's condition, that it needed to be euthanized. That case was sent to me to review, and I made a decision that it was something that I was going to charge criminally. And I want to talk a little bit about that, just to give folks sort of a perspective of things that I consider when I am charging. And I think in this particular case, there had been a history of complaints regarding this individual and their animal, and I was able to ascertain from looking at prior police reports and also having a conversation with this individual's veterinarian, that there had been a long history of folks expressing concern to this individual about the state of his animal and the care that needed to take place that wasn't happening. And so based on that track record, I made a decision that this person was aware of the medical needs of this animal and had made choices about not tending to its medical needs, and that the animal was clearly suffering, and there needed to be a response. So this case was charged, and then March of 2020 happened, and everything shut down. And so this was one of those cases that just wasn't a priority for the court, so it just languished in the court. And I think that contributed to part of our decision making, is that we realized that we really needed to do something with this case, and the traditional court system wasn't available to us to do something with the case. I also learned in multiple conversations with this individual's defense counsel that he did suffer from fairly significant mental health issues, and was feeling very victimized. He did not see himself as a person who had committed an offense. He saw himself as the victim in this situation. He felt that his dog had been taken and euthanized without his consent, and it was extremely upsetting to him. And I think that for me, I had some challenge as a prosecutor. I had some challenges getting over that belief, but I started to understand where he was coming from, and realized that he would not be successful even in a traditional court setting, because there was little to no doubt in my mind that he wasn't able to accept responsibility for his actions. And so for me, in a restorative process, that's always step one: is the person willing to say that, that they created a harm, and are they willing to address it? And here I had an individual who was just adamantly opposed to saying that he had done anything wrong, and instead he felt like the victim. So it was a kind of an interesting situation, because he would have gone through the traditional court system eventually. Probably we would have had a trial, and he would have continued to just feel victimized by what happened to him. And so I had to sort of reconcile that with what we were going to do with his case during COVID and the court shutdown. And so we started having some conversations with the individuals who were involved in the case. We started having conversations with the veterinarian who had a relationship with him, who provided a lot of information about his background and the history with the dog. We had conversations with his treatment providers about what he was doing and some of the struggles he was facing. And we had conversations with the investigators in the case, not the law enforcement officer, but the humane investigator, about her experiences and what she thought would be appropriate. And it was during one of those conversations with her, she said to me, this might seem a little crazy, but like maybe we could do something restorative. And I didn't, to be honest, I thought it was a little outlandish to begin with, because I was like, here's a guy that's not accepting any responsibility for anything. Like, how are we going to engage in this restorative process with him? But not having any other options other than just having this case sit and wait and do nothing while the court was closed didn't seem like an option either. So we contacted the Burlington Community Justice Center and had some conversations with folks there about what we could potentially do with this case. And eventually we came up with the idea that we would participate in some sort of a restorative circle. So we didn't necessarily do a panel, but we decided to structure this in a circle. And we invited the offender, we invited the veterinarian who had a relationship with him. We invited the humane investigator. I was present, and his attorney was present, as well as the facilitator from the Community Justice Center. And there was a lot of legwork that went into that process. The wonderful employee of the Burlington Community Justice Center, had a lot of meetings with him to discuss what the expectations were. His attorney had a lot of meetings with him to discuss what the expectations were. And I can't say that we went into this process with a whole lot of confidence, because this individual still did have a lot of very, very strong feelings about what had happened, and was still feeling very victimized by the state and by his veterinarian. And we almost had a hiccup that potentially could have derailed the whole thing, which was he had a belief that the veterinarian that we were inviting to this process had been the one who made the decision about euthanasia. And that was an absolute deal breaker for him. But through some conversations and providing him with the information and helping him realize that she was not part of that process, helped him get over that hurdle to allow him to be able to show up at the meeting, at least in a place where we could have a conversation. And so I think the goal of our, I'm sorry, I'm just going to stop. I see a question in the chat, and I am going to answer that before I move on. So the question is, did the owner consent to the vet providing the background information? Yes. So this individual did allow the vet to provide information to his attorney, and then that information was shared with me. The focus or the goal that we had in this circle was, one, to help this individual see that there was another side to this situation, that he was not simply a victim, and that there were things that he could accept responsibility for. And I think the goal also was to create an environment for this individual to feel supported because of all of the other issues he was facing. So he was, he had these mental health issues, he was unhoused, and we all knew that having an animal in his life was extremely beneficial for him, as far as the therapeutic qualities of an animal and companionship and all of those things. And we knew that he was going to have another animal at some point in the future. So our goal was, how can we set this person up to understand what the immense responsibilities of responsible animal ownership are, and how can we provide an environment for him that he feels supported in, because the last thing that we wanted was for him to feel alienated from the Humane Society or alienated from a veterinarian's office because of his experience. So a lot of it was also about healing for him, so that we could set him up to be successful in the future. And so it was challenging. The first meeting that we had was difficult, and there was a lot of resistance, and there was a lot of victim talk. But I think that the facilitator was extremely patient. The participants were also extremely patient, and we all just tried to provide a space where he could feel heard, and we also could express what our positions were. We ended up, after that first meeting, everybody needed to take some space after that. We all took some space, we came back, and I ended up outlining some questions that I wanted him to reflect on before we met again. And so I submitted those questions to his attorney. He reflected on those questions, and he provided us with some responses to those things. And then we all came back together and talked about his answers to those questions and what his plan was going forward. So things like, if and when I'm ready for an animal, these are the people in the community that I can get support from. Or if I find myself in a situation where I don't have the ability to pay for medical veterinary services for my animal. This is what I can do, and this is a person who I can ask for help. And so we tried to focus things in that way. So ultimately, we all sort of came back together and had our completion meeting, and essentially signed off on his participation in the process. I think it was, while I would say it was a success, it was difficult getting there. And there were certainly a lot of things about it that weren't ideal, but I think it taught me personally. I think it also taught the folks at the Community Justice Center that this was a process that we could potentially use for these types of cases. And I think it was also eye-opening for the veterinarian that we had participating, as well as the humane investigator, that this was this was something that we could do in particular cases. But I will just say that it was unconventional, and it probably is not something that I would use in every single case. But I think when the circumstances are appropriate, they can be used. And while I can't say, like, I wish I had like some criteria that I could explain, like it's appropriate in these situations, but obviously every case is a little bit different. But I do think that one thing that for me, in the Vermont animal cruelty statute, there are certain offenses that there are certain subsections of the statute that are strict liability offenses, meaning you don't have to have a criminal mental state to commit them. It's just if you omit an act or you commit an act, that is potentially a criminal offense. There's not necessarily, for some offenses, a malicious intent or an intentional thing that needs to be committed. And so in those cases, when and most of them are neglect cases where people are omitting providing care or omitting proper shelter for their animals or food, if the circumstances are right, if it's really about education and understanding the choices that people make and the impacts of those choices, I think that the restorative process can be a helpful way to resolve those particular disputes. And I see another question. So the question is, when this person went through restorative justice, would they have a criminal record? And in what situations would you not recommend restorative justice? So in this particular case, this person, that as part of the agreement that we made, it was if he participated in this process, I would agree to dismiss his case. And so when he successfully completed the process, when we were all happy and signed off on things, that was followed by a dismissal of his case. And so this offense is now sealed on his record. I might have already answered it, but I'll just reiterate. In situations would I not recommend restorative justice? I think I would not recommend restorative justice in cases where there's extreme neglect, or there's an act, like a violent act. I mean, I don't know what you guys discussed this morning, but I have a case right now pending where it's a domestic violence incident, and instead of the individual committing the harm against his partner, he committed the harm against the animal. That is not something that I would send to restorative justice. So I think for me, it's looking at the individual's culpability and trying to make a determination in my mind about that person's mental state. Was it a malicious mental state? Then I would be leaning against doing a restorative process. I would be open to it in the right circumstance, but that certainly for me is going to be like one check against you for going through a process like that. I see this restorative process to be beneficial where people need to be educated, and that this process can help them learn to move forward in responsible animal ownership.
We're doing pretty well on time. So there is one more question, if you have thoughts on, about overlap between criminal law and tort law regarding animal rights. I don't know if that's something you feel like you can answer or not.
I haven't thought about torts since 2009. But so I mean, I think when you're talking about and we don't see a lot of these cases, but when you're talking about potentially somebody else's animal and an act against somebody else's animal, then there would be some overlap. I mean, I typically don't see that, but I do think that I actually think that those cases could potentially be cases that would be appropriate for restorative justice, because as Kelly mentioned, like when you have an animal, you don't have a voice, you don't have a victim's voice speaking. But if you had a person whose animal was harmed and they were not the perpetrator of that harm, then that would certainly lend towards a meaningful opportunity to have a restorative process and have somebody actually come in and say, like, this is the impact that this has had on my life and my family's life. Don't know if that answered the question or not.
I tell my criminal law students the same thing. I don't remember anything about torts. Don't ask me about torts. I quickly want to share before we hear from our final presenter that I taught criminal law last year for the first time, 2 semesters, and each semester Sally and the public defender who represented the person charged in the case that Sally has described, spoke to my class. As a former public defender now teaching criminal law, I try to, I was going to say sneak in, but I don't even want to be sneaky about it. I try to explicitly integrate restorative justice, alternatives to prosecution, justice reform into how I talk about the criminal legal system. And under the auspices of strict liability offenses, Sally and my former colleague talk about this case. And as you can imagine, to a bunch of students in Vermont who are, at Vermont Law and Graduate School to learn about the environment and to learn about animal law, they are very passionate animal lovers and defenders and protectors. So this has been a really great case to open their eyes to sort of like, yes, we want to protect animals. How can we do that in a way to hold people accountable without necessarily bringing down the criminal legal system on them? And particularly for me, it is important to think about some things that I think came up in the first panel this morning about equity, right? Like I can say I've gotten into some arguments when I was a public defender and Sally was a prosecutor about indigent people needing the companionship of animals and feeling like prosecuting them sometimes was more about not wanting poor people to have animals than it was about animal safety. So this case has been really illustrative for me to know that there are ways and that there are people in the system who are open to using restorative justice to address harm to animals. So thank you so much, Sally, for sharing that case with our audience. And I'm going to introduce our final presenter for this panel, who is my current colleague, Lindsay Pointer. Lindsay is an assistant professor at Vermont Law and Graduate School and collaboratively leads the National Center on Restorative Justice. Lindsay has a PhD in restorative justice from Victoria University of Wellington in New Zealand and is a former Fulbright Fellow and Rotary Global Grant recipient. Lindsay has worked as a restorative justice facilitator, a community program manager, an educator, and a researcher, and she is the author of 3 books on restorative justice. The first is The Little Book of Restorative Teaching Tools. The second is The Restorative Justice Ritual. And just this year, she published the sweetest, most lovely children's picture book called Wally and Freya that makes restorative justice concepts accessible to children. And I can attest that it will definitely make you tear up when you read it. Lindsay, welcome. I don't know if you are sharing slides with us or not, but feel free to share your screen. Otherwise, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Jessica. I will have a couple slides in a moment, but first just wanted to give a little context before I screen share. But so happy to be here, so grateful to the organizers for bringing this event together. I just have to share that animal rights, I think, was probably my first love as kind of a budding activist. I'm a lifelong vegetarian, and so now working in the restorative justice field and being here today and seeing this kind of marriage of the two is just personally very exciting. I will say though with that, so I have a background as a restorative justice practitioner before kind of transitioning into the research and academic space. And that being said, I certainly am not an expert in this application. So I've only facilitated 2 cases of animal harm, one with a young person, one with an adult. And the case study that I want to talk about today is with the young person, and just talking through some of the learnings from that, some of what came up as working through that case. Like Kelly and Sally gave this kind of disclaimer, I've changed some of the identifying details of the case to protect anonymity. I will also say this case took place about a decade ago and in a different state, so I'm not so worried, but did also want to share that the program, the restorative justice program that I was working with at the time, did get permission from responsible party participants. I know that was mentioned in the first panel, this issue around the language that we use in restorative justice. I use the terms responsible party instead of offender and harmed party instead of victim, to maintain that focus on harm and avoid some of those kind of stigmatizing impacts of labels. So we would get permission from harmed parties to use anonymized versions of the stories, the cases, for the purpose of restorative justice education. So I feel okay sharing what I'm going to share from this case because of those things, while also being, mindful of protecting that confidentiality that's so important to restorative processes. I also just wanted to share a little bit about the setup of the program that I was working with at the time. So it was a restorative justice program that worked primarily in partnership with a police department. So most of our referrals came directly from police officers, and it was both juvenile and adult responsible parties, misdemeanor through felony level offenses. Our only restrictions were around sexual violence and domestic violence. So we didn't accept those cases, although I will say I have since had opportunities with other programs to facilitate sexual harm cases, and am now a believer that there shouldn't be those restrictions, that everything needs to be treated on a case-by-case basis. Just as a side note, but those were the parameters of the program that I was working with at the time. And so this case was one that was referred by a police officer who responded. And what was interesting about this case, which I'll circle back to at the end, is one of the young people, there were 2 young people involved. One responsible party chose to pursue the restorative justice option and the other did not. So it was kind of an interesting contrast opportunity that we don't always get, of course, in the restorative justice field, to see what would have happened if case had gone the other way. So I'll circle back to that at the end. So here I'm going to share slides because the case that I want to tell you about is about a chinchilla. And I figured it would just be wrong to talk about a chinchilla and not show a cute picture of a chinchilla because they are adorable animals. So here's my chinchilla image for us. So what happened in this case, 2 14-year-olds. One of them had a pet chinchilla, and they ended up taking the chinchilla down to a creek near one of the 2 young people's house, and were having the chinchilla swim, which chinchillas don't swim. And so they were submerging the chinchilla in water. They took a video of them doing this, and the video was quite difficult to watch because this chinchilla is, is near drowning. By the end, you can see the really labored breathing. You can see the fear. You can see that all is not well, even, not knowing much about chinchilla's needs, as I did not personally as a facilitator in this case. They then took that video of the chinchilla swimming and posted it on YouTube. And that was how this incident came to the attention of law enforcement. Because what happened when they posted this video on YouTube, and this gets to kind of the first point that I want to mention as kind of an interesting aspect of this case and other animal harm cases, is this idea of ripples of harm. I heard this in Sally's example as well. So what ended up happening, they posted this video on YouTube, and then animal rights advocates saw it. PETA, shared it around. And what ended up happening, unfortunately, is these two young people started receiving death threats and some really violent outreach over the internet in response to this chinchilla video that they'd posted. And so what ended up happening quite quickly is that these two young people and their parents, who were rightfully terrified, started feeling a lot more like harmed parties in the case than responsible parties, which I heard a kind of similar experience in what Sally was talking about. And this is often the case, right? Things aren't so cut and dry as responsible party, harm party roles. Oftentimes there's this kind of rippling of harm in human cases as well. And so what was really wonderful about this case coming to restorative justice is we do have space for that sort of complexity. I would say it's been my experience that restorative justice does that quite well. There's room in that kind of first restorative question of just what happened, tell the story, for a responsible party like the young person who went through this process to both take responsibility for what they did, but then also tell the whole story of what's happened in the weeks, the months since this incident that brings us here today. How have you been impacted in addition to recognizing the impacts on others? And what I've noticed and what is kind of consistent in the research around restorative justice is that having space to speak to impacts on self helps to cut down on that kind of defensiveness that can arise and gives space for a responsible party to lean into responsibility taking and to really show up, trusting that kind of the complexity of their experience is being heard by the group gathered. So that was one piece that was certainly present in this case, and having a chance for this young person and her parents as well, to talk about what it had been like experiencing the response to this video since, and to speak to those additional ripples of harm. So another big question, which I'm hearing come up in the other examples as well, I don't think I mentioned yet, the chinchilla's name was Chester. And so this question of who will speak for Chester and how? And I think this is a big question in restorative justice, processes. The other case that I've facilitated that I mentioned was with an adult. It was a dog was the harmed party, and so the dog was actually able to be in the circle. That's obviously not always appropriate in the case of this chinchilla case. Chester the chinchilla was not present. What we ended up doing was we had a animal control or animal control officer who had, it's interesting, like in thinking about this and kind of reflecting on this case in preparation for today, I was thinking it feels almost less a matter of like who has the voice for the animal as who has the heart for the animal. And this particular animal control officer just had so much heart for animals and was able to invest her time in doing some research to really understand exactly what a chinchilla's experience in this incident would have been, and so was able to speak with quite a bit of compassion and knowledge from Chester's perspective. So I personally felt that was quite effective. I don't think that that would always be the best role to slot into that, but with this particular person, she really had the heart and the commitment to do that, speaking on the chinchilla's behalf quite well. I did want to mention I have a friend and colleague in Belgium, Brunilde Pauly, who does quite a bit of restorative justice work for cases of environmental harm. And one of the processes that she's involved in right now is the harmed party is a river. And one of the things that they've done in the restorative processes is actually put a microphone into the water, submerge it into the river, and create space during the restorative justice process for everyone to just sit and listen to the voice of the river through this microphone, and just have that time of reflecting on the river speaking for itself. And so, while something like that wasn't an aspect of this case that I'm sharing today, I bring it up because I do think, even if it's not speaking for in the kind of verbal sense that we are used to, I will be excited to see, as this application of restorative approaches to animal harm more broadly takes root, what sort of more creative solutions to even just carve out space to reflect on the experience of the animal by bringing kind of that voice in. So I think there are creative solutions, and in this case we were lucky to have someone who I think really did hold that voice quite well. So then kind of next, key question I wanted to discuss that came up in this process was, what will make things right? That's a key aspect of the restorative justice process, is thinking about repairing harm. How can we repair the harm? How can we make things right? In the case of this program that I was working with at the time, that did result in a specific contract of things that the young person would do to work to repair the harm that were, agreed upon by all present, and with a timeline. And so then, completing that contract by the deadline was important in order for her case to then be dismissed and to not have any sort of record. And so, a couple things came up, and I'm, in hearing the other two examples from Kelly and Sally, noticing a lot of similarities around just need for kind of education. Oftentimes in human cases as well, we see this kind of common desire for the outcome of a restorative process to do something that will help those present know that this won't happen again. So in the case of, this case with the chinchilla, we saw the young person being asked to complete a plan for proper care of the chinchilla, so that on a really kind of micro level, we would know that this particular animal would be safe and well cared for moving forward. There was, a request also that the young person do some work to raise money for a chinchilla rescue, so kind of contributing to the well-being of chinchillas in broader strokes. And then I am always a fan of creative agreement ideas that really draw on the strengths of those present, and particularly the harmed parties, the responsible party. And we see, it's interesting if you look at kind of the body of research around kind of, developmental assets and leaning into strength-based approaches. Obviously, this is in alignment with a kind of a broader approach of, how can we really highlight and lean into the strengths of a responsible party in what they're doing to repair the harm and make things right. And, oftentimes we see that those outcomes are the ones that have kind of the best carry through. And I love them because they're most breaking from this idea of, oh, there's been a violation of law and therefore the natural response is punishment. It kind of asks this question of why. If we're actually focused instead on repairing harm, then why can't it be something that is enjoyable and capitalizes on the strengths of the responsible party? So in this case, and you'll see in a moment why I love this agreement item idea, because I also have a love for children's literature and picture books, as Jessica shared. The responsible party decided that one thing she wanted to do to kind of contribute to this broader education need was to call a few vets and do some research around proper chinchilla care, and then use that information to write her own children's book on chinchilla care. So I brought just the final kind of verse or stanza, or, the final page, which was, now you know how to care for your fluffy little ball. If you have any questions, just give your vet a call. Please love your chinny and they will love you. These sweet, gentle animals need a mommy or daddy, and that can be you, which I thought was so sweet. So that was kind of the creative item that was part of her agreement for how to repair the harm. Couple other things I want to mention real quick. So I mentioned right at the beginning that this case involved 2 young people involved in the behavior, and shown in the video that was ultimately posted online. One agreed to go through the restorative justice process. One, primarily in consultation with her parents, did not agree to go through the restorative justice process. And it was just interesting to then see how this incident played out for those 2 young people and their families. Because one of the things that I think restorative justice does incredibly well, and I've mentioned, a little bit in this talk, is creating that space to really lean into responsibility taking. And so the young person who came to restorative justice was able to kind of go into this sweet space of taking responsibility for having done something that was not right, and land in this place of really kind of greater commitment to this pet, and kind of leaning into this sweet pet owner version of self. The parents of the party that did not go through the restorative justice process, they were quite irritated and feeling that their daughter had not done anything wrong, that this was all ridiculous. It was just an animal, and I think part of that can get exasperated by the fear of punitive responses, and wanting to, of course, protect their daughter, and this kind of minimalizing then of harm to animals. And so she ended up receiving a summons and then did not appear. So then last I had heard they were issuing a warrant, but you can kind of see how things can kind of spiral out of control, and it kind of escalates this sense of really dismissing the harm that's been caused, this kind of, it's just an animal, what are they on about? Whereas I think by creating space for the responsibility taking and the kind of sweetness that unfolded really, and really listening to and understanding the harm that the responsible parties also experienced, we were able to kind of lean into a space that really does, acknowledge what a big deal harm to animals is, and explore that kind of on a deeper level, which I think helps with kind of broader cultural issues around how we think about animals and the harm that they experience across contexts. So those are the things I wanted to share about this case, and just interesting to see the parallel of these 2 processes, that
Punitive, retributive ways of addressing harm.
Kelly, any thoughts you want to add on that?
I mean, I think Lindsay and Sally put it really well. And, I think Vermont in particular has very much institutionalized the practice of restorative justice and how it's enacted. And so I feel like as a practitioner, it's always that there's that tension for us that are kind of on the ground doing that work. And so but I think folks are really open to kind of feedback and learning, and it's really about relationships too, like relationships to partners, relationship to community. Does the community want it to be as institutionalized as it is, or are they wanting it more like of a groundswell transformative justice kind of approach? And so I think we're, especially here in Vermont, really trying to navigate that. And David, not to skip your part, Jessica, but some of the questions that you asked David kind of later on in the chat, particularly around where is the place of victims within this too, I'll say we have, especially with some of our youth work right now, we get pretty active participation from impacted parties or affected parties being able to be present for the conversation, speak to the impact, and also being able to empathize with all parties involved, including the responsible party.
Thank you for addressing that sort of later question. There was a much earlier question specifically about the case that Sally presented, and now there's another question. So I want to pose those to Sally. One, I think, was if you could talk a little bit about the responsible party's mental illness, like sort of what were some of the manifestations of that, and how did that play into their ability to care for the animal, and how the restorative process went, and then also what made the process successful with that responsible party? What were some factors or outcomes that kind of made it a success? And I was thinking about this earlier too, and wondering if you know if that person has taken responsibility for an animal again since going through that process.
Okay, so to the first question, I think, I don't want to talk a lot about the person's particular mental health issues, but I think, you know, one of the things that we always have to consider is the mental illness so severe that we're talking about having questions about an individual's competency or potentially an individual's culpability for a criminal offense? And if the answer to those questions is yes, that person's mental illness is so severe that they're not competent, or that they may not be criminally culpable for something that they did, then this would not be on the table. And so we're talking about manifestations of mental illness and where a person has the ability to participate in the process. And so he had the ability to participate in the process, but certainly struggled with, you know, emotional regulation and, you know, depression and anxiety is sort of the general gist of what I'll say. To that end, those were also mental health issues that I felt like having an animal in his life would be significantly beneficial for him, and was beneficial for him. And not having that animal certainly exacerbated his mental health issues. And so that was part of the goal in this process. To answer the second question about outcomes, for us, the outcomes were really about him essentially answering those questions that we posed to him about planning. What was he going to do in the future? You know, Kelly talked about this a little bit about, we're talking about the needs of the animal, you know, thinking about what are the needs of any future animal that I have, and how am I going to address those needs? And if I'm finding that I can't address those needs, who or what can I do? Who can I speak to, or what can I do to help me meet that animal's needs? And also just having, you know, that was the general metric of success, was, can this individual reflect and articulate what those things are, so that we felt like there was a plan going forward. So to answer Jessica's question, so interestingly, we found out in the process that unfortunately, in violation of his conditions, he went and adopted an animal while the case was pending, but to his benefit, he realized very quickly that that was not an appropriate thing to do, and returned the animal very shortly after adopting it. So that was a good sign that he had the self-reflection to know that I'm not ready to do this, and I'm not capable of doing this, and was able to return the animal. So I don't know. Unfortunately, we don't have very good record keeping systems in the state as far as tracking animals. So I don't know if he has adopted another animal. We did, the way we left it when we closed this case out in early summer of 2021. He had expressed, and that was part of the closing out of his case, he had expressed that he was not ready, and he knew he wasn't ready, and he didn't know when he was going to be ready. And so I don't know if since then he has become ready or not. You know,
Yeah, I don't think I ever heard that part of the story. He had adopted an animal while the case was pending, but it raises questions that my students certainly had when you presented this case to my classes about, like, why wasn't there intervention sooner? are other people responsible, do you think? And I think this could be asked about any of the cases, and maybe this can be the last question, like beyond, the one or two people who are considered the quote unquote owners of the animal and or the ones who caused the direct harm. Are there other people that are sometimes responsible in these situations? And do we ask them to take any accountability or responsibility?
I mean, I think that's a great question. I think in my particular situation, that was one of the reasons that we had his veterinarian participate in the process to provide that perspective. I think she was feeling definitely very conflicted because she had had numerous conversations with this individual to say, look, this animal is suffering and it really, we really need to do something about it. But ultimately it was his choice how he chose to treat his animal's medical needs. But I do think that, there's definitely a conflict there where, she knew what really needed to be done, but she didn't have any ability to do that, and just continued to provide support for him. And maybe she should have, and I don't know if legally she can, I don't think that she can, but maybe she should have made a call to somebody or got a social services agency involved or something like that earlier in the process, to maybe help move the needle a little bit in getting him to make a decision about ending the dog's suffering earlier.
We are at time, and so I apologize for sort of asking that big question right at the end, as also another, I think, important question was coming in. So I want to take one more minute to ask Kelly if you can sort of quickly try to address or answer, if you know, kind of about racial demographics of who is coming through your restorative justice programs, and whether you find that BIPOC groups are more accepting and eager to participate or more reluctant to use RJ processes.
It's so tough giving anecdotal data, but I will say, particularly in our county, we are the most racially diverse in the entire state, and there are disparities, disproportionate rates of referral for our BIPOC youth to the criminal justice process, and then also but it's a pretty equated access to restorative justice processes as well, though at each level away from a restorative justice option, the disparities become greater and greater the more into the system that folks go. But yeah, it's hard to, I wish I had the numbers right up front that I could give. And I don't see a difference around the question of acceptance or reluctance in using the process, because I think, we're talking youth here and we're talking families who are very invested, protective, but also we're able to kind of navigate, this is how do we create a community where it's okay, like harm's going to happen. So given that, what are we going to do to support a youth in future, in their future decision making and that kind of thing. And so, yeah, I guess I'll leave it there.
Thank you to all three panelists. Thanks to everyone for great questions. And the next panel starts now in 12 minutes, sorry. And also just a reminder that there will be breakout groups this afternoon, so we can revisit some of these questions, I imagine, in your groups. Thank you, Lindsay, Sally, and Kelly so much.
Thank you.
Thanks everyone.
Give you a moment to get back to your computers. So we've had a couple of fantastic panels establishing some of the groundwork, discussing some of the theoretical and conceptual underpinnings of restorative justice. We just had a fantastic panel on some particular instances, some case studies of using restorative justice in animal law cases. So now we're going to turn in our third panel to exploring how we might implement restorative justice in a broader way. Some of the, sorry. Get my microphone on. Hopefully this is better. Can you all hear me all right? All right, let me start over. So my name is Matthew Liebman. I am the chair of the Justice for Animals program at the University of San Francisco, and I'll be moderating our third panel. As I was saying, we've had a couple of great panels really laying the groundwork on theoretical and conceptual foundations for restorative and transformative justice in animal law cases, and just heard about some really interesting and fascinating cases in which it was used in particular instances. So our final panel is going to be looking at the implementation of restorative justice on a broader level, some of the issues and conceptual challenges that might present. So our panelists are going to be discussing programs that address animal suffering through non-carceral approaches, as well as looking at some of the social challenges to implementing restorative justice in cases that involve animals, and then finally looking at some of the social science and empirical questions about what kinds of interventions are effective or might accomplish some of the various ends that we're after. So our panelists will begin with Ashley Anderson Much, who is a senior program manager of enforcement and policy reform with Pets for Life at the Humane Society of the United States. Ashley works with animal welfare organizations across the country to address areas of inequity with internal and external policies that disproportionately affect underserved communities and communities of color. Then we'll hear from Angela Fernandez, who is a full professor at the Faculty of Law at the University of Toronto, where she has a cross appointment in the Department of History and teaches in animal law, among other areas as well. And then finally, we'll hear from Philip Tedeschi and Katya Nikitina. Phil is the Director Emeritus and founder of the Institute for Human-Animal Connection and a clinical professor at the Graduate School of Social Work and an affiliated faculty at the University of Denver's Animal Law program. Katya is the Special Projects Research Coordinator at the Institute for Human-Animal Connection, and she studies the relationship between ecosystem health, animal welfare, and human social structures. So with that, I will turn it over to Ashley to get us started.
All right, thank you, Matt. Just get my presentation up here. Oops. Okay, I just want to make sure everybody can see that, yes?
Yes.
Okay, great, awesome. All right, well, thank you for having me today. I wanted to kick off our discussion by talking about conversations and work that we are doing through the Pets for Life program. This is sort of a prerequisite to the larger conversation on restorative justice. So with my conversation today, I'd like to distinguish where we have access to care barriers versus true animal cruelty and neglect cases where restorative justice practices may be implemented at some point. By addressing the social justice issues, we can not only prevent future cruelty, but we can redefine how we approach true animal cruelty and neglect for our communities. So before I jump into some of that information, I just wanted to give a little bit of background on the Pets for Life program for those of you that aren't aware of what we do. It is a program of the Humane Society of the United States, and we are working with companion animals. It's a program that's driven by social justice, and we honor the love and the connection and the bond that people have for their pets. We close the service gap that exists for people and pets living in underserved areas. We're addressing the systemic inequities and access to care issues in animal welfare in various ways. And one of those ways for my position specifically is taking a look at policies and enforcement practices that may disproportionately impact our underserved communities and communities of color. So when we're talking about cruelty and neglect cases, something that I like to bring up and just acknowledge is that animal cruelty absolutely exists. Prior to joining the Humane Society of the United States, I was a humane law enforcement officer in the city of Philadelphia. And through that work, I came to understand two sides of animal welfare in general, and then how we were approaching and looking at cases. So with that, we often see or hear that cruelty is a rampant or pervasive problem that exists in society, and we often link it to stereotypes, looking at Black and brown communities and pet owners that are abusing or harming animals. What we're doing and how we're changing the conversation through Pets for Life is we're taking a look at focusing on direct care and closing that resource gap or resource desert by performing community outreach, going door to door, meeting people where they are, and sharing information where there has been a lack of access to it. Through that, we're providing basic wellness services such as spay-neuter, vaccines, minimal needs for antibiotics or something similar to that, providing transport services to and from clinics, and other basic needs like supplies that folks don't have access to. By providing those services, we are able to help cut costs when it comes to intake, when we're looking at shelter costs, but we're also able to prevent some of the issues that happen in underserved communities that often have an outcome that may look like an animal cruelty or neglect charge. We're focusing on changing policies that end up criminalizing poverty when we're not understanding poverty correctly and understanding how access can impact pet owners. And we're implementing change with those enforcement practices to then distinguish those differences between true cruelty and neglect cases and cases that are labeled cruelty and neglect, but are actually due to access to care issues. So one thing we always like to do through the program and when we have these conversations is just acknowledge the history and today's impact for our communities that are underserved and our communities of color. We need to acknowledge that discriminatory practices and policies have long been in place that impact our systems today and often disproportionately impact our low-income communities of color. Social justice addresses equitable access to well-being and opportunity, regardless of a person's background, which is something that is often forgotten with some of the work we do, especially when we are working with animals and we do see animal suffering. While access to support services is a major problem for pet owners, poverty creates unimaginable barriers that impact in more ways than in just animal welfare. So it's something that we need to focus on as a whole and understand that when it comes to a pet's care, or we're seeing something that may classify under a statute or an ordinance as animal cruelty and neglect, that we take a look at why and how that has happened. When we're understanding poverty, we're understanding that it's not always appropriate to respond to a community's need for access with punishment or punitive measures. If we understand systemic inequities and lack of access to care, we're going to see a difference in how we may look at a pet that is thin, comes in reported as lack of access to food or shelter, or some other lack of veterinary care. Internal policies, practices, and trainings have all impacted pet owners facing access to care issues, and that's something that is really important to discuss as well. While we have mandatory requirements when it comes to adoptions for pets, and we're trying to do the best that we can to have a positive outcome, we're also denying access in many ways that we don't realize until we start to look at some of these policies and practices, many of which are extremely archaic and have been implemented decades ago in some of the animal welfare organizations, but have never been addressed or looked at differently until recently. Access to care, that's definitely a phrase that everybody has heard recently, probably in every avenue. When we're looking at animal welfare, it involves much more than just hosting a free event, saying, come on out. If you don't come to this event, then you obviously don't care. You could have fixed it with our free tabling event. There are many more barriers to accessing that free service than just putting something out in the middle of a park that we need to address as well. And then systems that run on understanding poverty are more solution-oriented and focus on the family as a unit, rather than finding somebody to blame for the poor condition of an animal. and trying to make sure that we are treating both the animal and the pet the same, understanding the suffering on both ends. Okay, so by understanding poverty and understanding systemic inequities and how they impact services in animal welfare, we can, restorative justice principles can be appropriate in animal welfare, but not always. And what I mean by that is if we are looking at any case that may come along that ends up being a conviction for animal cruelty, are we 100% sure that this is a true cruelty case? If it's not, if it's somebody facing access to care issues, but they have come under punishment for something that they were trying to access help for, but couldn't afford or could not get to, then restorative justice may not be the right answer for that type of client. If we don't change those enforcement practices and provide proactive solutions, then we may be using those punitive measures unfairly. And then in turn, we may be implementing restorative justice practices unfairly as well, if this is a person that has not committed a crime against an animal. So it's just distinguishing and being able to look at it from this is animal cruelty and we can apply restorative justice principles to this person, or this is an access to care issue. Let's look at this one differently and then resolve that as needed. Part of the issues with the larger policies and ordinances are that they are pretty broadly defined and a bit vague. So I can speak from experience when applying those to some of the cases that I was investigating. It was solely at my discretion. So having some best practices or standard operating procedures or protocols would be helpful so we can distinguish between true cruelty cases and then access to care issues and barriers. When we do that, we're able to look at things differently as well. We know that court processes can upend a family's life and we need to apply them appropriately. So by making sure we can distinguish the difference between access to care and true animal cruelty, when we do send a family to court, or we are looking at a conviction for an animal cruelty case, then we know that we will take the processes we need there. If it ends up being an access to care issue and we send a family to court, those issues can kind of snowball into something larger that, well, for us, it may not impact us, but it could impact this family for the rest of their lives if it comes to making it to a specific court date, not having reliable transportation, losing a job because you have to take off in order to make that. So again, it's just appropriately utilizing and distinguishing between punitive and support services that are needed. We also need to address stereotypes on what good pet owners look like. I think oftentimes we can think of animal cruelty and a picture immediately comes to our minds. I think we're all guilty of it. You know, I've definitely had my share of believing stereotypes or applying them in the work that I've done. And so kind of peeling back the layers and looking at ourselves as well can help us focus a bit more on this work. Oops, sorry, for some reason this is frozen. There we go. Okay. So thinking about the impact. So again, talking through a lot of distinguishing. I know I keep going back to making sure that before we apply restorative justice principles, that we know we're applying it to the correct and appropriate cases. We just want to remind ourselves as we're doing this work and looking at individual cases that the impact is huge for families and for communities when it comes to looking at animal cruelty or neglect. So when we look at this and we're not applying it appropriately, these cases can come along with surrender or a forced surrender of a pet. We can have pets on hold within a shelter system for years. They can go into foster care or they can be held into the shelter setting in a cage for several years if we are moving forward with a conviction or an accusation on a case. When we look at a case, we're either looking at someone who's been, we are looking at someone who's been accused, and we're either looking at an acquittal or a conviction at that point. With a conviction can come the fines, the fees, prohibition of ownership, surrender of additional animals at home that may have not been impacted by the present case, jail time, and then having a permanent record of animal cruelty on in your history. When we look at an acquittal, it still impacts a family. The family is known to have not taken care of their pet in some way, shape, or form. The accusation has been there and it will last, and then that leaves a negative impact on that family, probably for the rest of their lives. For people facing access to care issues, this is something that animal welfare needs to take care of, and other systems as well. And it's not something that pet owners need to prove to anybody else that they are good at taking care of their pet or that they do love their pet. For individuals where intentional acts have been committed, then restorative justice can help to reconnect communities through those practices. Some other things to consider: equitable access to care can help alleviate a caseload in systems that are overwhelmed. Poverty is pervasive, and until it no longer exists, we must look at situations being fully informed about systemic inequities and social justice issues. And if we can help a community with access to care issues, then we can focus restorative practices with more accuracy and more purpose. And then here's my contact information. There we go.
Great. Thank you so much, Ashley.
Thank you.
Angela.
Great. Thanks, Matthew, so much. I am just going to start my timer just to make sure I keep it in the parameters. So, I'm very happy to be here. I been listening very interestedly to the other panels and speakers, and I'm going to try to kind of weave in some of the comments so far into what I'm going to talk about today. I thought I would use my time to actually talk about two quite distinct issues. One was to look at a little bit of the Canadian context around restorative justice. Just because, as Matthew mentioned, I'm a historian, and so I kind of can't help but do that a little bit, look at the history a bit of things. But also in the US context, people sometimes do refer to the Canadian history on restorative justice. And so I thought for people in attendance who might not have heard about that as much, that could be helpful just by way of background. So that's the first sort of set of comments. And then the second set really have to do with experiences that I had with my research assistant, Denise Yilmaz, who unfortunately was not able to come today. She's in a similar sort of situation to Michael with the bar exam. And so she was like, just, too much with it. And so was unable to join us. But what happened was that Denise and I contacted some community justice groups in and around Toronto to ask them about restorative justice techniques applied in an animal context. And so what I wanted to do was sort of report back a little bit as to what we encountered, what we experienced, to get people's feedback, maybe in the Q&A or in the breakout sessions or just talking after would also be really helpful. I should say that Denise's work and involvement is part of the Animal Cruelty Response Project, which is being funded and supported by the Brooks Institute for Animal Rights Law and Policy. It's one of their BASAN projects, the Brooks Animal Studies Academic Network projects. And so, as always, we thank Brooks for that support. Okay, so first on the Canadian context. So when you say restorative justice in Canada, people immediately think about the Indian residential school system and that legacy. And I don't know how much people generally know about this, but what happened here was we had this process that was a result of a court-sanctioned settlement agreement. It was a class action on behalf of students who had been forced to go to Indian residential schools. And part of the compensation from that class action settlement was used to fund this truth and reconciliation process, which we're sort of in the process of trying to figure out how to implement and so on. I just kind of note the Pope right now is in Canada, apologizing for the church-run schools in the Indian residential school system. And as many of you probably know, what we're talking about in this context is not just physical and sexual abuse, but also harm to language, culture, subsequent generations, intergenerational trauma, and other consequences of official government policy, the Canadian state. And the way that it was sometimes put was that those schools were trying to take the Indian out of the child. So that's the context. And one of the consequences of the systemic racism and the colonization project has been a disproportionate number of Indigenous people in the criminal justice system and also the social services systems. Indigenous overrepresentation is one of the most documented trends in the Canadian justice system. And so that's something that people have known, have been talking about for decades and decades, and feeling like very frustrated in terms of being able to make some progress on this. What happened here in terms of the history was in 1996, the Canadian Criminal Code was amended to require sentencing to take into consideration all available sanctions other than imprisonment that are reasonable in the circumstances, paying particular attention to Aboriginal offenders. So the law was actually changed to encourage widening the things that you would consider in terms of responses other than the traditional punitive responses. And then in 1999, this case came down from the Supreme Court of Canada called R.V. Gladue, which had an Indigenous accused person. And what Gladue did was require judges in cases involving an Indigenous and accused person to take into consideration for sentencing. So we were talking a little bit in the chat about, are we looking at the front end, the back end? This is really the back end in terms of sentencing, taking into consideration any factors relating to challenges of colonization that faced by the accused or their family. So racism, loss of language, removal from land, Indian residential schools or foster care. And this would include then the possibility of participation in a restorative justice program. So this is a diversion, that we've been talking about that we now have some experience with. I'll just say by way of my own experience and involvement in this, I'm not Indigenous, and I don't specialize in restorative justice either as a practitioner or as an academic, but I do remember as a law student when this case came down in 1999, writing a paper about it for one of my classes because I thought it was really interesting, this idea that sentencing circles could be used and that they could be run by Indigenous people for members of their own communities in applying appropriate consensually agreed upon consequences in terms of those harms that are caused. Okay, so we did get diversion. So this was over 20 years ago now. So diversion has been happening. It has been successful insofar as individuals are much less likely to reoffend, okay, in cases where it's been used. And so this is very consistent with what we just heard on the last panel in terms of the case studies. Like, it works for individuals, but the macro problem has not been solved, and in fact has gotten worse. The number of Indigenous people who are now imprisoned, it's doubled in the last 20 years. And so despite Gladue, it's called Gladue factors, despite Gladue using that for sentencing, the macro systemic impact has not worked. So it's sort of an interesting case because it's both worked and not worked. And I should just say here, I'm really relying on an excellent paper that was written by a University of Toronto law student named Madeline Carswell, who did this research and did a year-end presentation. And I just went to attend it because I have always kind of had this interest in Gladue. But in any event, okay. And one of the points that Madeline made when she gave this paper was she said, look, okay, so we have diversion, but it's still provincial courts applying settler law in these contexts. So these are not tribal courts. And in Canada, generally, we don't have tribal courts. Madeline mentioned there's one example of a Mohawk court that we have in Ontario, where Indigenous people are applying their own law in their own community in a sort of a sovereign jurisdiction way. But otherwise, what we're really talking about here is the settler law kind of accommodating and recognizing the impacts of systemic racism. So, Gladue factors, they're not really Indigenous law per se, but they do try to attend to some of this systemic problems. And, the outcome being positive on individual instances, but not really, doing anything about that larger problem. Okay, so that's the history part of it, and I don't know how much of it is new to people, or if you do know it, and maybe just to be reminded about it a little bit. Okay, so now to turn to the second part, which is the investigations that Denise and I undertook. Okay, so could diversion be a good idea, and could restorative justice programs be used outside the Indigenous context in the context of crimes against animals? Okay, so whether or not accused individuals are Indigenous. So Denise and I approached 3 organizations working in the restorative justice, transformative justice space in Ontario. And, because we've had these 20 years, groups are very familiar with this. And it sounds like in the US, it's pretty similar. And we thought, well, let's just try to talk to them and see what they think about their processes being used to explore non-carceral ways of responding to crimes against animals. So the first group that we approached was a youth justice group in Toronto. And that was a very interesting one, because really, this is kind of consistent, I think, a little bit with what Kelly was talking about with her case study, that they had told us that animal abuse is not really something that they see. And in the course of the conversation, they thought, well, admittedly, it might be because they're not looking for it. Although it was very interesting, because one of the individuals who had a social work background said, yes, we used to see it all the time in social work, but for the criminal process, not. In their organization, they're very focused on convincing judges to use diversion, especially in cases where there are mental health challenges. They kind of take the approach that it's not on the table, diversion for gender violence. But generally speaking, for this group, animals were not something that they were thinking about. And maybe they now will. That's certainly possible. And I say it resonates with what Kelly was saying, was because, when she was contacted by that police officer, she had this like, oh, I hadn't really thought about that, and what could we do about that? And then was super resourceful about figuring out how to respond appropriately. But I suspect our folks here would be in a similar situation. And I will say we weren't coming to them with a particular case. We were just sort of coming to say, in the abstract or in principle, is this something that you would be interested in, or do you know anything about it, or have you heard anything about that? Okay, then the second group that we contacted, again, they were another group in Toronto, they're a wellness group. They used transformative justice. And I would say a little bit in keeping with some of Jeff's comments in the first panel about abolition, they were pretty skeptical about using restorative justice, really, just because of the individual to individual aspect of it, when the individual is not a human. And for them, because they focus on transformative justice, so the way I understand this distinction is the restorative is like the individual to individual. And I think it was Jeff who was explaining the individual to the individual versus looking at the more systemic kind of implication of the harm. So for them, that wider transformative part, they were also skeptical here because they thought that you would have to deal with different cultural understandings of animal cruelty, and that would be quite a big barrier to working in the space using this. And they really were saying, they thought, well, you can design a model, but you have to also convince people to use the model. So that would be a challenge. Okay, then the third group that we talked to, these guys were outside Toronto. They were near Guelph, which is interestingly where there's a veterinary school. The University of Guelph has a very highly regarded veterinary school. And so maybe they had a little bit more animal sensitivity. I'm not really sure what the explanation is, or just coincidence perhaps, but these guys were much more optimistic and more interested in thinking through some of the problems and challenges around using restorative justice in animal cases. So the person who we spoke to, she gave quite a lot of thought to the problem of who would speak for the victim. So could it be the owner or the guardian, or could it be secondary victims in the cases where there's witnesses or people who hear or are impacted by what happened? Or, as Brittany initially suggested in her remarks that started our day, this person also talked about surrogates. And she said that they had had some experience using surrogates for sexual assault cases where it was not advisable to bring the parties together. Surrogates, she explained, are supported and trained to speak about the impact of the harm, and new areas of research could be used to do that for surrogates representing non-human animals. So I was listening very interestedly to what Lindsay was saying about the chinchilla care and the person who happened to be on that particular case that they did that. And, you know, it's interesting, it sort of raises this question of kind of like the serendipity that's involved with this, you know, that you're relying, it's not really institutionalized, you're more relying on happening to happen upon a person who will take the empathetic approach towards the non-human animal. And it seems to be pervasive a little bit throughout this, even in what I'm reporting in terms of the community group discussions. But in any event, okay, it's certainly possible that Denise may have different interpretations of, you know, our interactions with the different folks, but that was sort of what I took away from it, that, you know, one group, it was really just not on their radar screen. Another group was very skeptical. And then the third group was interested and had some very helpful suggestions. So yeah, so that's the range of reactions. I don't know if those are familiar ones to people or ones that it's helpful to bring to the group and just share in case, you know, you haven't gone out and done a lot of this yet, maybe for what to expect. And then maybe just try to think a little bit about those, the challenges or the skeptical responses, sort of what to say when those are raised. I think that would probably be helpful. And then also specifically in terms of the surrogates, for me, the takeaway was really like, this seemed to me to be the most kind of concrete or practical, helpful thing in this. And just to think about other creative responses that could be helpful in order to, when thinking about doing this work. Again, Lindsay, when talking about the river, the microphone, I thought that was really interesting. Also, you know, even if you can't bring the particular animal that was harmed, that dog, maybe you could bring a dog, and that space could be held open by that type of a thing. Okay, and one last thing, I just want to relate back to what Ashley was just talking about in terms of, you know, not using restorative justice in cases of neglect, but only using it for the intentional harm. That's very interesting, because the community group I was talking to, her sense was that you would want to maybe use it for neglect and hoarding cases. That would be better than starting with cases of violence. She thought cases of violence were maybe just like too hot, don't touch them. So it's interesting to hear Ashley make that point, and maybe we can talk about that a little bit further. It also, I think, should be connected to the point that Jeff made earlier as well about, you know, even if you're using restorative justice, these are state involved, you're getting someone, you know, it's a state involvement in a person, so with a person. So I think that, you know, in terms of making that distinction between the neglect and the hoarding and the intentional, it's not necessarily just simple or straightforward to say to follow what that person's instinct was on that point. But in any event, I will leave it at that. And I look forward to the next presentation and then the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Angela. And we'll turn it over to Philip and Katya.
Excellent. Thanks, Angela, for that great talk. All right, I think we'll go ahead and get started. Hi, Katya, you're there.
Hi there. Sorry, I'm just getting it set up. Can everybody see the screen okay?
Yep.
Perfect. Hi, my name is Katya, and I've been working on research and program development related to animal maltreatment at the University of Denver's Graduate School of Social Work, alongside Philip for the past 2 years. And Phil, if you want to just introduce.
Hi, everyone. I'm Phil Tedeschi. I'm a professor at the Graduate School of Social Work. I know many of you, and thank you for the invitation to join you here today, and our fantastic colleagues. It's always wonderful to be so inspired by our colleagues here. Ashley's presentation and the influence of Pets for Life is really quite important for the project we'll be presenting to you today, as well as the innovations that are going on in animal law today. So great. Let's just talk a little bit about this work that's being done here at the University of Denver. The Animals Forward project really largely, I would say, emanates out of the commitment that the University of Denver has made over quite some time by hosting the Institute for Human-Animal Connection at the Graduate School of Social Work, where for many years we've been exploring the contribution of the social sciences, and more specifically, social science-informed perspectives on animal welfare. Edward Wilson, the famous professor who we all know and have appreciated his work in this space, wrote a book actually called Consilience. And what he emphasized in that regard was not just the importance of interdisciplinary perspectives, but really the integration of knowledge, which he calls consilience. At the University of Denver, we have some fantastic partners in Justin Marceau at the Animal Law Program, the Sturm College of Law. We also have a forensic program in the Graduate School of Professional Psychology that's training the next generation of forensic specialists. And we're working really closely together to integrate our knowledge to establish the work that you'll be hearing about today. Katya is going to be leading our presentation today, but I wanted to just mention briefly that we've also had a lot of supporters in the work that we've done, including the work of the Animal Legal Defense Fund. There really are collaborators in many regards on this project. The Kirkpatrick Foundation and the Brooks Institute has also played a major role in influencing our capabilities here at the University of Denver. So thank you to the organizers for inviting us. It's really an honor to be here today. And Katya, I'll turn it back to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Philip. So we utilize the following frameworks when approaching responses to animal maltreatment. Whenever possible, prevention science should be prioritized and supported by evidence-informed interventions. Ms. Anderson-Mucha's presentation on Pets for Life served as a perfect example of the power of preventative approaches. Evidence has shown that widespread, consistent approaches are not effective. Intervention strategies must be individualized to match the unique circumstances, underlying causes, and needs involved in each case. Tailored responses are more likely to improve outcomes for all involved and reduce future harm to non-human animals and people. In the context of the criminal justice system, there is an ethical obligation to apply the best clinically indicated responses. The One Health approach acknowledges the interconnection of human, animal, and environmental health. Such an approach should be used to investigate the contextual, sociological, and environmental issues that an individual may be experiencing, in addition to possible mental health concerns. Strengths-based, culturally responsive approaches have shown to be most effective at building resilience and reducing overall risk. So you may be wondering, how is individualized assessment and differential response relevant to today's conversation on animals and restorative justice. Individualized assessment can be used to identify cases in which restorative justice is an effective intervention strategy. Many, although not all, animal cruelty cases can benefit from restorative justice approaches. Additionally, individualized assessments can also suggest intervention strategies that may be effective alongside restorative justice. For example, it may be essential for a defendant to receive psychiatric treatment to address severe mental health symptoms prior to being able to fully engage in a restorative justice process. In another case, improved outcomes may result from a defendant learning empathy skills with the support of a clinician alongside a restorative justice process. We use an animals forward approach to addressing animal maltreatment. An animals forward approach centers the importance of the cognitive, emotional, and physical lived experiences of animals with emphasis on fostering positive outcomes. Animals are intrinsically worthy of our care and protection. This approach does not imply prioritizing animals over people, but rather is intended to confront the false dilemma that one must choose animals or people in a zero-sum scenario. We acknowledge the interconnection of human and animal health and encourage responses that are supportive of strengthening human well-being in tandem with animal welfare. Currently, there are limited training opportunities for professionals in the mental health, legal, and first responder fields related to animal maltreatment response. However, professionals in each of these disciplines are likely to encounter animal maltreatment in their work. Our team is currently building a virtual 3-course professional development certificate program with the Animal Legal Defense Fund to address this gap. This program is set to launch in early 2023. The first course in the program is Animals Forward Foundations. This course is meant to increase student understanding of different legal and social definitions of animal maltreatment, its individual and systemic impacts, and the various frameworks that inform maltreatment responses. Course 2, Animals Forward, Effective Responses Through Individualized Assessment, is designed to expose students to the ways in which individualized assessment is used to identify underlying causes for animal maltreatment behaviors, to compare different responses to animal maltreatment, and to understand how interventions are selected to address causative factors for achieving intended outcomes. The last course, Animals Forward, Applied Knowledge and Practice, gives students an opportunity to integrate the information they have learned into their professional practice. In this course, students reflect on how their personal values fit into their work, apply their new knowledge to case studies, and consider the long-term management of clients or cases. This course is a practical guide for achieving improved clinical and legal outcomes in the real world. All right, now we will discuss the different ways to categorize animal maltreatment cases. Cases may be classified using typologies, for example, animal collecting, sex offense, or neglect. It's important to note that embracing typologies is not currently evidence supported. Cases with similar behavioral presentation may have vastly different causative factors. Additionally, over-reliance on typologies poses the risk of oversimplifying animal maltreatment and applying generalized responses. Intervention strategies should not be based on typologies alone. Cases can also be classified into 3 major diagnostic categories: psychogenic, traumagenic, and criminogenic. These categories tend to overlap, thus multiple categories may be present within a single case. Diagnostic categories are used to inform appropriate intervention strategies for responding to animal maltreatment. It's also important to understand other underlying causes such as lack of education, developmental considerations, and socioeconomic contributors. Additionally, both individual and community risk and resiliency factors are critical to identify. This is done most effectively through individualized assessment and differential response. For the Colorado Revised Statute, Cruelty to Animals, Section 18.9.202, the court shall order an evaluation to be conducted prior to sentencing to assist the court in determining an appropriate sentence. The primary purpose of animal abuse specific evaluations are to identify behavioral, mental health, and trauma-based issues relevant to the emergence of animal cruelty behavior. Also to provide an accurate estimation of the likelihood and circumstances for continued abuse behavior and community safety concerns, and to provide appropriate recommendations for intervention, disposition, and supervision. Please note the use of sensitive, comprehensive, and standardized methods of assessment that are appropriate for individuals who have engaged in serious or chronic animal maltreatment is critical. This population often has high rates of comorbid diagnosis. The Forensic Animal Maltreatment Evaluation, or FAME, includes a case file review, client interview and observation, collateral contact of family members and other relevant persons, and various psychological assessments. The Animal Abuse Risk Assessment Tool, ARAT, which we will look at next, is a component of the FAME. The original version of the ARAT was created in consultation with Dr. Lockwood, inspired by his dangerousness factors. The ARAT has undergone 2 phases of psychometric tool development since its inception. Major changes in phase 1 resulted from the integration of feedback from expert interviews and reformatting the tool after the HCR 20, which is the gold standard for interpersonal violence risk assessment. Currently, the instrument is in phase 2 of psychometric development. Activities in this phase include an expert review of the instrument, cognitive interviews, and evaluation in a large-scale pilot test. The newest version of the ARAT includes 73 items divided into 9 subscales. This new expanded version places increased emphasis on dynamic and protective factors that are important for developing intentional and effective intervention strategies. Accuracy within risk assessment informs differential case response, which can significantly improve outcomes. The Denver Forensic Institute for Research, Service, and Training, or Denver FIRST, is responsible for conducting FAMEs. This clinic operates out of the Graduate School of Professional Psychology at the University of Denver, and their activities include supporting adults and juveniles who are involved in the criminal justice system, and training the next generation of specialized evaluators and treatment providers for responding to animal abuse. Now I will provide a summary of our team's research that is helping to inform the Animals Forward certificate curriculum. Our goal is to have our research rooted in on-the-ground activities related to addressing animal maltreatment on an individual and systemic level. Concurrently, we have taken action towards translating our research back into evidence-informed and culturally responsive practice. One of our ongoing projects is the Colorado Judicial Data Analysis on Animal Cruelty Cases. This is a quantitative study providing an analysis of 20 years of judicial animal cruelty data in Colorado. This study includes an analysis of trends over time and geographic region, case characteristics, and defendant demographics. Another study we're working on is the animal protection officers, professional stressors, mental health service access, and training needs. This is the mixed methods study analyzing the professional obligations of animal protection officers, their greatest challenges and how they manage them, and what additional training and supports are needed for persons in this field. Our team is also working on a study examining human services professionals' experience with animal maltreatment. This is a mixed method study that analyzes the barriers human services professionals face when responding to animal maltreatment, the resources that are currently available, and the support and training needs for professionals. Lastly, we are continuing to conduct research on the efficacy of the FAME and ARAT. Responding to animal maltreatment is complicated in a society that has conflicting interests and values related to non-human animals. These are just a few conundrums to consider. Certain species are valued over others in our society. Furthermore, animals also hold differing levels of societal value based on how we categorize them. For example, companion animals hold more value than animals in a laboratory setting or wild animals, and this even holds true for animals of the same species. The same acts of cruelty are viewed as appropriate or even necessary in some contexts, but certainly not in others. We also live in a society in which large-scale systemic forms of abuse towards animals are legal. Two examples of such unethical practices include consumptive animal uses in the context of factory farming and the lethal and unsustainable approaches to the management of wildlife. There is incongruence between these societal norms and the expectations we hold for individual actors. Lastly, systemic forms of animal cruelty intersect with systemic forms of oppression towards humans. For example, over-policing and punitive approaches to animal abuse, including incarceration, disproportionately impact communities of color. This illustrates a need for viewing these issues holistically and using an interspecies justice lens to address them. The ultimate goal of our work is to improve outcomes for animals and people and prevent future cruelty by building a humane community. A humane community is defined by the presence of leaders, institutions, and policies working collaboratively across social and political systems to create and implement sustainable human, animal, and environmental welfare. For example, let's be reminded of the war in Ukraine that is displacing people, animals, and doing irreparable damage to the environment. Addressing social injustices is a prerequisite for building a humane community. For example, applying fines and fees to members of impoverished communities in animal maltreatment cases is likely to exacerbate risk factors rather than resolve them. As a summary, we would like you to consider these reflection points. How does prevention and intervention science inform opportunities for innovation in responding to animal maltreatment? How can we equip decision makers, such as prosecutors, animal protection officers, judges, others, with evidence-supported strategies for responding to animal cruelty cases? An example of this may be restorative justice approaches that are specifically tailored to the unique needs and circumstances of each case. And lastly, how might you incorporate individualized assessment and differential response into your restorative justice practice? Thank you so much for listening to our presentation. As a quick note, we'd like to acknowledge that the images in our presentation were sourced from We Animals Media. This is an organization dedicated to telling the stories of animals and the human environment through photojournalism. We would also like to acknowledge Courtney Brown, MSW, a key member of our team, for her dedication and leadership in the Animals Forward project. If you'd like to get in touch, please reach out to us via email. We would really love to hear your feedback and explore how we might collaborate.
Great, thank you so much, Katya. That was a fantastic presentation. And thank you again to Ashley and Angela for their fantastic presentations. Just a reminder, you can please put your comments or questions in the chat. I'll get to those in just a minute, but I do have a short question for each of you before we turn to the audience Q&A. So Ashley, my question for you, I know you have a background in humane law enforcement, and so I'm curious from your perspective, what you see, whether you see kind of the ACO humane law enforcement community as being behind efforts to transform the criminal justice system, things like restorative justice and transformative justice, or if, like many police officers, there's sort of a preference for a retributive, carceral, punitive approach to crime.
Yeah, that's a great question. Honestly, I think it's kind of split. Through at least the conversations that I've been having, I know that some animal control or humane law enforcement organizations and officers don't necessarily see it through a lens of access to care issues or something that can be fixed, for lack of a better term. There's animal welfare is known for having the view that animals are more important than people, and if there's harm done to an animal, then we have to find justice for that animal in any way possible. And so I think some of the old teachings are still with many departments today. With that being said, I do believe it's becoming more popular to look at it through a different lens, because there is an element of fatigue amongst officers and this type of work, figuring that they've been doing something the same way for 10 years and they don't feel like they've made a huge impact. So how can we approach things differently? So, not a great answer to your question. It's a mixed bag of, I think, opinions from specifically officers, but I do think we're making some progress in looking at it to resolve this in different ways.
Yeah, thanks for that. I'm sure it's difficult to generalize, but thanks for that answer. Angela, so my question for you, it sounded like the most resistance that you got in your conversations with groups that are working in the restorative and transformative space was from the group that was focused on transformative justice, which we usually think of as being sort of more progressive or more radical. And I'm wondering if you think that's just sort of a coincidence. Obviously, it's a very small sample size, or do you think there's sort of something about the concept of transformative justice that is perhaps harder to operationalize, or for people who might be committed to transformative justice, harder to sort of embrace anti-speciesism, or is there something else going on there that you think might explain why the transformative justice group was the most sort of skeptical of applying the work that they do to instances of animal exploitation?
Yeah, Matthew, that's a great question. And, I have not given it any thought up until really just you asking it. But I was thinking a little bit about it, listening to Jeff's talk earlier. My memory of this is that it was almost like when we said restorative justice, there was like, oh, well, no, that's not what we do, transformative, So I wonder if there could be something to that, just in the sense of like, if transformative justice has kind of grown out of it in kind of reaction to it a little bit, then there might be something there. But whether it would tend to be more or less open to anti-speciesism, I'm not sure about that. I think I'd have to think about it, and we'd probably have to do a little more research. I'll admit to, when we were first walking into this, I was very foggy on what the difference even was, and so that could have also contributed to the skepticism or so on, because they're kind of like, well, you don't even really know what you're talking about, which, as a law professor, I mean, we're like that all the time, aren't we? Walking to these spaces and not really, really necessarily super up to speed on what we're doing, but like kind of faking it. But yeah, so I think it's a great question, actually, and I think I should give it some more thought.
And sort of, you know, Jeff sort of started that thinking process a bit this morning with the discussion of transformative justice and animal issues. You know, if you had to sort of make the case, and I don't mean to put you on the spot when you just said you want to think about it a little more, so feel free to demur. But if, you know, how would you make the case that transformative justice could inform our view of instances of animal cruelty? I mean, from what Ashley shared with us, individual instances of animal abuse or neglect or exploitation are not individual in any meaningful sense, right? They arise in a social context. So do you think that there is a role for transformative justice in addition to restorative justice in analyzing what look like individual or discrete acts of animal suffering or abuse?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really interesting. I mean, maybe others also have views about this. I would tend to think that given what we've sort of seemed to see in terms of the evidence on this coming back in, that if it's good in individual instances, but it's really not doing anything about the macro, I can understand why the transformative justice people are kind of suspicious. And also in terms of, you know, the state involvement, like if it is more institutionalized and it's just part of like the regular system that's oppressing and discriminating and doing all these things, then I can totally see where that's coming from. Yeah, and so yeah, I can totally see where that's coming from. I think that's very valid. But to me, it almost feels like a little bit of an echo of the welfare rights debate a little bit. I hate to bring this up because I'm always trying to get people to stop talking about that, but it does. It sort of seems like you know, are the small steps in the individual instances that justifies doing what we're doing, or should you be sort of renunciating the whole thing because it's so impugned and problematic, as more the abolitionist or the rights kind of approach. So it feels to me like we're mirroring that debate a little bit. I don't know if people in the literature have discussed that, but it feels a little bit like that to me, and could be problematic to go in that direction for the same reason that it's problematic for us to get hung up on rights welfare. Like I sort of feel like, couldn't you have people sort of working on different sort of ends of things, and maybe that would be good. To just kind of let 1,000 flowers bloom rather than saying, oh, well, one way is really problematic. For restorative justice, especially, because if it works in individual instances, why would you not want to use it?
Yeah, thanks for those thoughts. Katya, so the question I had for you was, you know, the FAME evaluations in Colorado cases. Do you know how influential those have been in how cases end up getting resolved? Are they sort of advisory for judges at the sentencing stage, or are they binding in any way? Can you say a little bit more about, once the evaluation is done, what happens with it and how it gets implemented?
Yes, so the FAMEs are used to provide recommendations. So I don't believe that those are necessarily binding. Phil, I know as a clinician has done a lot of FAMEs. So Phil, if you would be willing to chime in. I think you're
sorry about that. As always, having your mic turned off. You know, my experience in this has been that I think for the most part, when we have a case that is moved all the way into the court system, we can really take the mystery largely out of animal cruelty. And I think it's important for us to demystify, you know, these cases. You know, unfortunately, today, animal cruelty remains kind of in this, you know, oddly kind of mystic sphere, as though we don't somehow understand its causation. But when we do an evaluation, a FAME evaluation, almost to the case, we can really inform the court about the causes of these cases, which allows, you know, in the cases where a court is going to actually provide a disposition, we can assist them in making that disposition accurate and useful. And we have some experience in this area. I mean, my journey to this place was having worked as an interpersonal, you know, violence evaluator for many years. And as my interest in animals ended up bringing me these cases. So I started doing animal cruelty specific evaluations. And really one of the things that, is a parallel process to interpersonal evaluation, the field of interpersonal evaluation is, oddly enough, there are domains or disciplines that are somewhat, let's say if we took something like sexual behavioral problems or sexual offending, is that we saw the victim treatment community at times being struggling with the idea of trying to be transformative or restorative to an offender, up to the point where we do things like make them homeless, have them live in their cars, have them unable to achieve housing or employment. Now, I use that as an example, partially because when we do that, that makes that person immeasurably more unstable and more at risk. So if we wanted to improve outcomes for animals, we'd also have to get into the business of improving the lives of people simultaneously. And when we do these evaluations, we can actually parse out both what's best for the animals involved, how to in fact protect them, but we can also define for the courts how to become rehabilitative or more transformative in their efforts. The ideal would be really in working in the direction that Ashley was talking about, which is getting way upstream of that initiative, right? I mean, if we can possibly ever get, our society thinking more intervention and prevention science minded, we would realize that we can do much better than that. But if we are going to be responding to animal cruelty in the courts, we should be at least honoring the individual case by being accurate. And I think at this stage, there's very little reason for us to be confused about why the cruelty is occurring when we do a comprehensive evaluation.
Thank you, Katya and Phil. Let me read our first question from the audience, which is from Delcy. She says, Angela's powerful discussion of Indian boarding schools and third-generation survivor Thomas Reed's comment in the chat, and thank you, Thomas, for sharing that, made me wonder about intergenerational trauma and restorative justice. Can any of the panelists share their thoughts on how restorative and/or transformative justice approaches might facilitate addressing such harms in cases with non-human animals or otherwise in ways that carceral approaches don't? And Angela, maybe we'll start with you, and then Katya, Phil, and Ashley, if you want to jump in, feel free.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Delcy. I mean, I was struggling to kind of try to connect the two parts of the presentation, and I mean, as you know, in Canada, we've been trying, some of the more recent pro-animal things that have happened have been coming from the Senate in Canada, where Indigenous senators have really been kind of taking the lead on certain issues. And so I think, from our perspective, we really want to try to build the bridges between animal advocates and people involved in Indigenous issues, Indigenous justice issues, but Indigenous issues more generally in Indigenous law. And there is this kind of historic acrimony that's going on there. So I think wherever we can kind of find nodal points to talk about how, as Murray Sinclair puts it, reconciliation involves reconciliation with non-human animals. He was the chairperson of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, former Senator Murray Sinclair. This is very important to try to do. And so this does seem to be an area where there could be some, at least, the thinking or the history or some of the experiences that people have could be brought to bear in a way that could be helpful. But at the same time, also fraught too in some respect, because if you're not Indigenous, it's hard to kind of step into the space to try to do that. So it's really more, I think, a question of trying to find other folks who might be interested and going with that. But that idea of like repairing rupture or harm with non-human animals, there are many Indigenous people who are interested in that. Indigenous vegan people who are just trying to move a little bit in the space and so on. So I think that there's quite a bit of possibility there.
Ashley, in the work that you do you see sort of the effects of intergenerational trauma?
Yeah, I mean, we discussed generational poverty and poverty as a cycle that is nearly impossible for our communities, especially communities of color, to escape. So, by addressing the issues that continue to oppress these communities can help alleviate and find solutions, in other ways. But until I think we address kind of the root of poverty, in my case, with the discussion I was having, it's going to be difficult to find a long-lasting, sustainable solution.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. So Kim Radcliffe asks, is there data analysis / monitoring regarding what is working, what is not, or analysis of need to shift our approach regarding individual cases and not institutional abuse like slaughterhouses? So Katya, maybe you could take this one. You sort of talked about the importance of empirical analysis and evaluating what kinds of interventions work and don't work. So maybe you could elaborate a little bit more on some of the work that you're doing to investigate that. And I might add the question, to evaluate what's working, you also have to evaluate what your goals are, right? So maybe in kind of thinking about what works, we might want to think about, is the goal just to sort of have better outcomes for animals? Is it better outcomes for the person who caused the harm? Is it better outcomes for broader systems more generally? So maybe you could talk about that a little bit.
Great. Yeah, I would say our overarching goal is to improve outcomes for all involved, humans and non-human animals, as well as reducing future harm. From our analysis in Colorado, so far what we're seeing is common responses. Most commonly, fines and fees are applied to cases. At times, jail time. There's also anger management courses that folks are required to take. So those are some of the common responses. I'm not sure that there has been a lot of research on recidivism and what's working and what is not. I think through our approach with individualized assessment, the goal is to really target the underlying causes, and that way the response can be individualized to each case. And I mean, we're still kind of in the analysis process for the FAME and ARAT, so I don't know if I have as concrete of a response of how it's working on a larger scale. I think Phil has many examples of cases where it's been really transformative.
And Matthew, maybe the only thing I would just add there is I think one of the things we should probably realize is that from my perspective, the animal welfare field is really playing catch up here in so many ways to responding to these issues, as though we have to choose between individual cases or systemic abusers, right, or systemic abuse. These are familiar to us in other sectors of the social sciences, and probably the single most effective modeling that is being done to truly intervene in large scale public health or public safety related issues comes from prevention science, where we're getting well ahead of these issues. And then when we are required to deal with individual actors, that then we're working really with an understanding of the individual case, which is why individual evaluation is so important when we get to that stage. But something like, for example, youth violence or drug and alcohol problems, or even the many coexisting issues that exist alongside so many communities. Really what we have found is that the adverse conditions that we know are drivers are capable of being addressed when we start to examine them through risk and resilience frameworks And we're better at increasing resilience opportunities than we are at reducing risk. I think to Angela's point, poverty is a big challenge to crack that for so many communities. We're not doing that very well in the United States and elsewhere in the world. So I think these ideas of the big systemic issues and then the drivers that contribute to these issues, we could be looking to prevention science for our better strategies in these areas, including historical traumas. Historical traumas in many cases are going to be best addressed by us being aware that working through a prevention science orientation in many cases as well allows resiliency and healing to occur in communities as a whole. So that's how kind of I would answer it. And I think the answer to the question is no, we don't have evidence yet of what's working and what doesn't in this area. We don't have good research largely in these areas, which we need to continue to articulate the questions and fund that research. And to a large degree, I hope the animal welfare industry and the organizations working in this space get behind that cause. That could be one of our biggest strategies, would be to kind of shift the entire industry to answering those questions. And I think that's in some ways what we're trying to do with the Animals Forward curriculum and the support of our colleagues who are working with us on this with the Animal Legal Defense Fund.
Right, thank you. So we're out of time for this panel. There are a couple of good questions left in the chat, but we'll hopefully be able to cover those in the breakout group. So please join me in thanking our excellent panelists, Ashley, Angela, Katya, and Philip. And we'll take another 15-minute break now, come back around 1:15 Pacific time. And then we'll do the breakout groups. So those will happen from here. So we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for those who are joining back. I know it's been a long but really incredible day, and really grateful that you all have stayed here. We're excited for this time to go into some smaller group discussion. One quick thing just to share before opening the breakout rooms. Thank you to those who will be facilitating in each group. If I've done this right, we hopefully will have one facilitator who knows this ahead of time in each room. Potentially some of you may have two. So, but they're intimate groups, so hopefully it'll all be good. But really just welcome the opportunity for any of the questions that came up in the chat, or any questions that were addressed from the chat that you'd want to spend more time with. Feel free to add those back in this time. So we'll create the groups for let's see. Not letting me change. Okay, it's just letting me do it for 30 minutes. So we'll have to run with that and maybe can extend it. But that's what we'll work with for now. So, so I'll go ahead and open the groups. Feel free to add in the chat if you have any questions, but we will go into groups for about 30 minutes. And then when we come back, we'll just have a few minutes really briefly to just hear some highlights for what kind of key points and highlights came up from each group. So look forward to seeing you all when we get back. Don't know who was group one, but maybe did any of your groups have a number? Like, do you all know if that? Okay, Jennifer, I'm seeing a number one. Okay, great. So if you all know your groups, we'll just go ahead and pass it around. And if you could just share a brief, 90-second, 2-minute kind of highlight. What were some of the things that came up in your group? Would love to hear about some of the things that you're taking away from these conversations.
Hi, everyone. So I'm our representative for Group 1, and we had a lot of great discussions. One key point that we all continue to come back to was the idea of property status of animals, and in particular, the idea that there are considerations for companion animals. However, farmed animals do not have any of those considerations. Even if we have laws that come out that say there will be humane treatment, which is frankly a myth, there is no follow-up on this whatsoever. And then the punitive measures that occur still recreate harm within the industry. We had appreciation of a variety of perspectives across all the panels, from the work of abolitionists, folks who are more in the middle, and then really looking into the idea of language is something that came up also. And again, going back to the idea of property, our language has to be very intentional. When we neglect to use pronouns such as she, her, and we know the sentience of other animals, that is very critical. Because when we use it, anything, when we continue to use objectifying language, that further dives other than human individuals back into property status as objects. So that's one critical step that we all can make. The idea of planting seeds on a daily basis, having daily conversations with folks about how we view animals, how we treat animals, including animals who do not get nearly as much consideration, including fish, chickens, cows, sheep. Formerly farmed animals on sanctuaries are given such incredible consideration, I would say, depending on the sanctuary site, because levels of care differ, and transforming farms into sanctuaries has been an interesting idea that has also been very insightful. Trying to make sure. Let's see. The idea of if we can move away from punitive practices, move away from punishment, move away from just recreating a cycle of harm, is a huge step forward. And going into restorative and transformative practices, however we can, especially our group discussed at a grassroots level, we have the autonomy and means to have that happen, even if the state is not willing to do so. So.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. I think, Misha, are you okay to kick it off for Group 2?
Yes, thank you. Wow, that was so great. And I'm really grateful and excited about how different it sounds like these group discussions were. We definitely were excited about these connections, and we were asking questions of, again, why are we punishing so many people? This was, for some people in our group, an introduction to restorative and transformative justice, and we kind of got into the difference between those ideas, and then listening to thinking about why are we putting people in prison, and there was appreciation in our group also for and a desire to delve deeper into the role of Indigenous communities in animal rights work. And we talked a lot about lack of resources as it relates to animal neglect, and how these intersectionalities play into into the legal system and disparity issues, right, in policing based on resources, based on race, gender. We also talked about how can we bring in practitioners in all different kinds of fields who have similar mindsets. How do we bring in lawyers and psychologists and social services? And so we kind of talked about how can we get all of these groups, synchronously working towards these goals of addressing these harms and not using punitive means to address them. One interesting offering was, in terms of actionable change, was to look at the criminal liability for corporations in terms of crimes against wildlife is rarely used. There's not very much that corporations aren't held accountable. So implementing RJ practices relating to animal issues in corporate activity, which could include things like corporations funding wildlife parks and rescues. And they do this right now, and it is incentivized. It's good. So someone said it was good publicity. Brooke mentioned that, and so these are ways to build RJ into some of the things that we already have, and kind of almost skirting around policy in those ways when policy is ineffective. We think that the way to continue to increase this change is sharing resources, increasing the intake of data, recognizing that, again, restorative justice is different for every instance, but still, if we can try to take in the stories, right, intake of data for RJ would be storytelling. If we can get more of these stories, more of these successes out to the populations who are invested, we can start to see real change on like a community level, within the legal system, within the other institutions, kind of on a well-rounded level. And we ended with a lot of gratitude.
Thanks so much, Mish. Totally agree how interesting it is, how different these conversations came out. It's incredible. I'm going to popcorn a little bit in the order and pass it off to Erica.
Thanks so much, Alana. Yeah, so just extremely grateful to be in a space with practitioners, other students, advocates, and leaders, really. It's been it's just been great. In our group, we really just focused on a lot of just shared personal experiences with RJ and animals and the law, and what that meant to us. Matthew, I hope you're okay. I quoted you a little bit. You did mention something in our discussion. You said that punishment sometimes feels righteous. And there's this idea we talked about in our group that punishment is something that we need to heal and to heal the pain when there's a wrongdoing. But sometimes we forget to really ask ourselves what's beyond that, and what's the outcome that we want from, let's say, if we are looking into punishment, right? So I think sometimes with everything that's going on around us, sometimes the media plays into this idea of punishment, but we forget to really stop and think, what's the outcome? What do we want out of this? Is carceral punishment the way to do that? Or instead are there different avenues we can explore? So that's something that we really focused on, and just moving forward, we kind of ended on a positive note. We spoke about accountability and what that looks like within RJ and this intersection of animals and the law. We talked about needing and wanting more platforms for practitioners and students and advocates and leaders to come together and talk and have these conversations that really matter and will make a difference. And something else that we spoke about was that the animal rights movement needs to catch up. It really needs to catch up and get on the same level as all these other incredible movements that are going on around us. And I guess that ties in with a sense of urgency that needs to come with this movement. But all in all, extremely happy to be here and happy to share this space with everyone. So thank you.
Thanks, Erica. I know Stephanie and Joellen were both in group 3, so I don't know if you had decided who would share, but I'll pass it off to either of you.
I think Stephanie took notes.
Yeah, I did. We had so many great conversations in our group. One thing that we initially began with was that there's such a lack of knowledge about both of these subjects. And Angela, I quoted you, you said they're not on your radar screen at all. And then when you put these two, like animal law and restorative justice together, there's such a lack of knowledge and understanding about what that could look like. And then we discussed a lot about the punitive like legal structure and how people feel that being tough on animal crimes, you have to be tough on them in order for it to be taken seriously, and how some individuals genuinely just want punitive responses to harms that were caused. And there's a large fear that animal cruelty in conjunction with restorative justice is not taken seriously within the criminal legal system and broader society. And we also discussed that there's, like, in talking about the lack of knowledge, that through social media, Joellen actually mentioned that like learning through social media and how education is extremely important to get support for both of these movements. And then we discussed some potential issues. One being that with restorative justice, like what happens when parties don't take accountability for their actions, and how, although a case seemingly on the surface may be perfect, that sometimes it just doesn't pan out that way. Additionally, Joellen mentioned from their own experience how they worked in New Jersey to get rid of cash bail, and then when one person, it went out and it helped so many people and the recidivism rates were non-existent, but one person then created a harm in the community, and then that was highly publicized, although all of the times that it had worked and for the hundreds of people where it led to decreased incarceration rates pending sentencing, and how the same thing happens with restorative justice, where you can have it work and it work a lot of the time, but then when it doesn't work one time, it's highly publicized. So then to combat that, we just need like to utilize education and other resources, and how we're all really excited that these conversations are being addressed and discussed in these spaces.
Thanks so much, Stephanie. Pass it over to Laura.
So we chatted about a lot of things, but kind of this, you know, one thing we talked about was it's just kind of crazy, kind of this social media response to animal crimes or things that happen, and then the people who are, you know, the animal loving, peaceful people, kind of the visceral reaction that happens with animal crimes, and then how the violent reaction or the call for violence against people that commit these crimes is a little disconcerting. We talked a lot about kind of the cultural aspects to animal issues and access to resources. So kind of trying to be respectful of kind of the very different I don't know, the different place that everyone's coming from. And one of our group members shared a book that I think we should all read called Dangerous Crossings. So add that to your list, and we're adding a whole
resource list from this whole presentation, and there's going to be access to slides and all sorts of things. But so the book Dangerous Crossings, put it on your list. And then and I think just also being aware of so in the space of restorative justice people, as they want to help out and have suggestions of how to kind of implementing these programs is, I mean, just for the space of animal shelter workers, that, I mean, if you are going to suggest that, you know, somebody volunteers in animal shelter, or they're going to be at a farm sanctuary, or all those things, just make sure to reach out to those people who are working at those places to see if they want to have those people be a part of the solution, or if that's appropriate for them. So those are kind of the highlights of what we talked about.
Thank you, Laura. Let's see. It looks like I think Delcy and Jessica were both in the next groups.
We were. And I took notes, so I think I'll just try to do a quick summary, because I'm starting to hear from other groups some similar themes to what we talked about in our group. And I would say the focus, like the main thing we talked about, was just how much education about restorative justice needs to happen. Everything from, you know, the parents in the chinchilla case who didn't want their child to participate in restorative justice to, you know, I talked about from a criminal defense lawyer perspective, like there is definitely some resistance because we are trained to not have the people we're representing admit to anything or talk to anyone, right? To also, you know, Delcy brought in the perspective of like a lot of animal protection advocates, and I think someone from another group mentioned this too, have a very visceral reaction to harm against animals and resort to or revert to very punitive response to the person who caused the harm, right? And so some education around, you know, helping change the way people think about responding to harm, and knowing, you know, from again, that like it is safe for the person who caused the harm to participate in this. It is safe, creating a safe space for a harmed person or representatives of a harmed animal to participate. So just like a lot of evolution and thinking needs to happen, and a lot of education, and that can also come, and again, I think people sort of commented on this, from really publicizing examples of successful restorative justice outcomes, right? Whether it's data collection, whether it's studies, and even, you know, we also just talked about that first, you know, if we're talking about trying to, you know, promote legislation, for example, around restorative, you know, incorporating restorative justice into our responses to harm through legislation, that sometimes there are some people who just need to be told that it's going to be a lot cheaper to use this response to harm than it is to lock people up in jail for months or years, right? So speaking, you know, the language that people need to hear. And the last thing I'll just mention is that I thought there was a really thoughtful question in the last panel that we didn't get to, but about this thinking of like, is a case appropriate for restorative justice response or not, right? And to me, part of the change in thinking that needs to happen is that that shouldn't be the question we're asking. The question we ask when there's harm should, like, from my perspective, should always be, how can we use restorative justice principles to respond to this? It doesn't mean that restorative justice principles will be the only way that we respond, but rather than trying to determine if a case is appropriate for restorative justice, my feeling is restorative justice is always appropriate, and then maybe it'll work out, maybe it won't, and maybe there will be additional responses as well. But I would like us to reframe how we ask the question. Thanks, Alana.
Thank you. All right. I'm trying to be mindful of time, but this is really appreciated hearing from all of you. So I want to make sure we can wrap up. I think we just have Sarah left since we did Erica. So I'll pass it over to you.
Hi, I will make it quick. We had an incredible discussion. I am grateful for all the wisdom that was shared in our group. We talked a lot about how RJ or transformative justice can be used to heal like harm that's being done systemically. And there were some really interesting ideas and perspectives. One of them was using the current criminal laws to actually go after harms that are occurring on like factory farming and slaughterhouses, but then using RJ processes to actually get at the corporations and start to shift the systems that are putting these actors in positions to create harms that they don't necessarily want to. So that was really interesting to me. And then we started talking about like, how do we get ahead of animal cruelty, and just thinking about like utilizing humane education laws and, you know, teaching empathy and care for animals to children in schools. And then coming to terms with this fact that the restorative justice, when you're in a circle, right, it's about being truly honest with yourself and how that can be used, how those processes can be used to change people on individual levels, and how as that change starts to ripple out, the culture and the attitude towards animals will eventually change. And then we got into some bigger discussions about just the need for a new economic framework and possibly, you know, amending the Constitution to acknowledge animal sentience. And then really acknowledging, I think, how powerful a multidisciplinary approach like this symposium is doing, is like bringing all of these different sectors together and working together from that intersectionality, and how powerful that can be, and how necessary it is to create change.
Beautiful. Thanks so much, Sarah. And I will pass it over to Matthew to close us out.
Okay, well, I'll keep my closing remarks super brief. It's been a fantastic day. It's been really wonderful listening to the informative presentations, your thoughtful questions, and the reflective conversations that it sounds like each of our groups engaged in. I know I learned a lot from today, and I'm looking forward to holding it close while I continue to do the work that I do on behalf of justice, and I hope that it influences all of you in the work that you do on behalf of justice. And thank you, Laura, for mentioning dangerous crossing. There's a concept from that book. It's by Claire Jean Kim, and she has this concept of a politics of mutual avowal, by which she means this sort of openness to a kind of robust vision of justice where there can be a multiplicity of claims to justice among groups that might be in competition, that might have different interests. And so if we can sort of hold this politics of mutual avowal in our work on behalf of animals, in our work on behalf of criminal justice reform, I think that's going to make both collaboration more productive, but it's also going to make our disagreements more productive. And if we can sort of all recognize this kind of avowal of the justice claims of those who are caught up within this criminal justice system, as well as the justice claims of animals who are the victims of abuse, neglect, and exploitation, then at least starting from that position as a kind of ontological disposition, will be in a better spot, politically speaking, and in terms of creating alliances and continuing to work together when there are strategic and political disagreements. So I do encourage folks to read Professor Kim's work and to sort of hold that mutual avowal close as you continue doing the work that you're doing. I think Laura's going to put some resources in the chat for those who might be interested in continuing to learn about and network around and think through issues of animals and restorative justice. And then hopefully this is the beginning of some relationships and contacts. People who have met can kind of keep those conversations going. So I want to thank our panelists for sharing your interesting and informative work with us. I want to thank the organizers from USF School of Law. Thanks, Kenji, for all your help. And the organizers from the Vermont Law and Graduate School, Delcy Winders, Alana Ojibwe, and Laura Ireland. It's been a real pleasure to co-organize this symposium with you. I hope and expect that this is the beginning of a long and fruitful collaboration. So I'm so happy we're able to do this together. And finally, I want to thank each of you in the audience for your engagement and thoughtfulness and your participation throughout the day. So thank you all for coming. I hope you have a great weekend, and we'll continue this conversation in other forums and formats over the years. So thank you so much. I'm grateful for your participation, and we'll see you later.
Thanks all.
Bye, thank you.